Good evening, everyone, both with us in the gallery and watching at home. I'm Samantha Ratnam, the Mayor of the City of Moreland, and it's my great pleasure to welcome you here to our August 2016 Council meeting. In recognising the cultural diversity of our great city, I pay my respects to the local Indigenous people of Moreland by acknowledging that we meet on the traditional lands of the Wurundjeri people. I offer my respects to Wurundjeri elders past and present, and to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. Members of the gallery, please note that this council meeting is being recorded and web streamed live to council's website. This recording will also be available as video on demand. Gallery attendees are advised they may be recorded during the meeting. Councillors, just as a reminder that in line with the adopted Councillor Code of Conduct principles, councillors should ensure that they conduct themselves in the meeting with integrity, impartially exercise their responsibilities in the interests of the local community, and not improperly seek to confer or advantage any person. This behaviour will support principles for leadership and good governance and secure public confidence in the office of councillor. I'd like to do some introductions now, first by introducing the councillors in attendance with us tonight. We've got Councillor Sue Bolton, Councillor Helen Davidson, Councillor Megan Hopper, Councillor John Kavanagh, Councillor Lambros Tapanos, Councillor Rob Thompson, and Councillor Oscar Yildiz. Officers in attendance with us tonight are Chief Executive Officer Narina De Lorenzo, Director of Corporate Services James Scott, Director of City Infrastructure Grant Thorne, Director of Planning and Economic Development Kirsten Costa, Director of Social Development Arden Joseph, Executive Manager Organisation Development Anita Craven, Manager of Governance Lydia Harding, and Executive Assistant to the Mayor and Councillors Monica Bucarelli. I'd like to note apologies before moving on. I'd like to note that Councillor Lenka Thompson is running a little bit late tonight, so she should be here within the hour. Do we have any further apologies for tonight's meeting? Yep, so Councillor Teddy sent his apology. Any further apologies? Okay, in that case, could I have a mover for that apology?
Can I ask how Councillor Teddy notified of the apology?
I might turn to the Manager of Governance. How is the apology notified?
Councillor Teddy texted me.
Okay.
Thank you.
Obviously before 7 o'clock? Yep. Okay.
Is there a mover for the apology? Councillor Hopper. Is there a seconder? Councillor Yildiz. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. Councillors and gallery, we are going to change slightly the order of proceedings tonight to mark a very sad event that happened to our community, which was the passing of Mike Hill, the former Mayor of Moreland City Council and Councillor, and indeed the first Mayor of Moreland City Council. I'm going to invite councillors who wish to say a few words, and then we're going to have a minute's silence in honour of his memory and his incredible legacy. One of Moreland's most distinguished citizens, Mike Hill, passed away on the 26th of July 2016. Mike was Moreland's first mayor in 1996, 20 years ago this year. Prior to this, Mike spent 8 years as councillor of the City of Brunswick. He and his colleagues on the first council came with a long-term vision of what local government could achieve through cooperation and advocacy with other tiers of government. Mike also played a key role in defining the culture of the new council, and amongst many other important achievements, was responsible for Moreland's defining slogan, "One Community, Proudly Diverse." In my mind, I often think of him as one of the people who created Moreland's DNA as a socially and environmentally progressive council with a love for its democracy. He was a passionate conservationist and a champion of environmental sustainability. He served on a range of bodies, including Environment Protection Victoria, Sustainability Victoria, and the Natural Resources Conservation League. He was also the driving force behind the establishment of the award-winning Moreland Energy Foundation and its chair for 10 years. As a mentor and a friend to many at Moreland, Mike was a warm-hearted and generous with his time. He understood how local government could work to achieve real, practical changes to the sustainability of our communities. As a founding member of the Victorian Local Government Association, Mike was its CEO for 9 years. In his professional and personal life, he practiced what he preached. With his partner, Lorna Pitt, he developed an award-winning Westwick Eco-Village within the heritage-listed former Brunswick West Primary School. The 30 apartment development won One Planet endorsement and has shown the way to other innovative housing projects like the Commons in Brunswick and most recently the Nightingale. Mike was a life member of the Australian Labor Party and a member for more than 50 years. He was deeply respected by people of all political persuasions and was appointed to roles by both Labor and Liberal governments. So he will be very sadly missed within our community, and he's left an incredible legacy that we all have the responsibility and honour to be able to implement into the future as well. I'd like to invite any councillors who wish to speak as well. Councillor Hopper.
Thank you. I'll start, and I had the opportunity also to speak to Mike's passing at our last Urban Planning Committee meeting, which was the evening that we had learnt of his very sad passing. I had the very good fortune of knowing Mike over the years. As the Mayor mentioned, he was a life member of the Australian Labor Party, a very dedicated member of the Brunswick branch of the Labor Party, and has been a mentor to many of us who have been progressives coming up through the Labor Party in Brunswick and in Moreland. He mentored and supported Councillor Alice Pryor before me, who was councillor in the South Ward for 8 years. And one of the first times that I met Mike was upon Councillor Pryor's resignation or decision not to recontest election in 2012, when he hosted a farewell gathering for her at his property at Westwick. Westwick, of course, is one of the leading lights of environmentally sustainable design in Moreland and throughout Victoria. It's formed the basis for many other like environmentally sustainable developments, including the Commons and Nightingale, which we have here now in Moreland, and indeed many representatives from the Commons and Nightingale were at Mike's funeral last week. It's very sad to try and think of politics in Brunswick and in Moreland, and particularly progressive Labor politics, without Mike here to guide us and provide us with all of the resounding support that he's given us throughout the years. Another thing I will pay mention to is that Mike was integrally involved in the coining of the term People's Republic of Moreland, and a really lovely story was told, and I don't want to reappropriate this story, but a lovely story was told by one of the speakers at his memorial around the time that he attended the local government conference in Canberra and was denigrated by somebody who was chairing that conference at the time, sort of referring to Moreland as the People's Republic as if it were a negative thing. And Mike really took that up as a positive description of the very loud and proud community that we have here in Moreland, and apparently even had it made on T-shirts. So the person who spoke at his memorial said that maybe we need to do another print run of those T-shirts, and I don't necessarily think that's a bad idea. So I'd like to pay tribute, and certainly I know that within the Brunswick branch of the Labor Party, Mike is very sadly missed. And pay tribute to Lorna and his extended family.
Thank you, Councillor Hopper. Is there any other councillor who wishes to say a few words? Councillor Kavanagh.
I'm a little bit different to some around the table. I'm not a member of the Australian Labor Party, but Mike was absolutely a thorough gentleman to me, and particularly when I became mayor, he was nothing but kind at every gathering, inviting me to have a look at Westwick, etc. And I remember very clearly the year he was mayor. I remember what had gone on before that, and it would have been very difficult to bring together the Brunswick, and he was very proudly Brunswick and former Brunswick mayor too, to bring the Brunswick, the Coburg councils and the southern part of Broadmeadows as one. And that wasn't of his doing. I'm sure if he had his way, we would have kept Brunswick Council and Coburg Council and Broadmeadows Council, but he
will continue in years to come, and Moreland City Council and many other organisations that he had something to do with will continue to promote his legacy through their good work.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tapanos. Any further councillors wish to speak? In that case, I'd like to invite everyone in observing a minute's silence in memory of Mike Hill. Yes, please be upstanding. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. We'll now resume our agenda. We now move to a procedural item again, just a request for disclosure of interest and/or conflicts of interest. Are there any to declare from my fellow councillors? Nil recorded. Thank you. And I'd like now to go to the confirmation of minutes. Could I please have a motion for the adoption of the minutes of the meeting held on the 13th of July 2016? Yep, Councillor Kavanagh, seconded by Councillor Yildiz. Is there any debate on this item? No amendments proposed? That was resolved. That was resolved. Right, in that case, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. Now move on to petitions. Can I please ask if there's none in the agenda at this stage, are there any petitions that councillors wish to table before I ask for petitions from the gallery? Okay, no problem. Could I please ask if there are any petitions that wish to be tabled? Please come forward. And if you wouldn't mind just outlining just very briefly what the petition is regarding, and please come up to the table and table it with us afterwards. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks for hearing me out. My name is Barbara Moyer and I'm a resident of the Hopton Avenue area in West Brunswick. I'm tabling a petition which is in two parts, an online petition and also a written petition. The issue is in relation to a motion to be raised later in this meeting regarding an undertaking by Melbourne Water to subdivide part of the Hopton Reserve in West Brunswick and subsequently rezone from public park and recreation zone to what I presume will be residential zone in preparation for sale. The petitioners are calling on Melbourne Water to reconsider the sale and the rezoning of this land and instead to gift it to the Moreland Council to maintain as part of the park. The petitioners also call on Moreland Council and the State Minister for Planning to stop the rezoning of the land. We worry that further sell-off and fragmentation of our parkland, especially close to the creeks, represents a grave loss to the community that is currently undergoing an unprecedented increase in density, and where the need for open space will only increase in the future, or in the very near future. In only 3 weeks at last night's count, we have collected 240 online signatures with more than 80 comments, mostly of Moreland residents. Over 2 days last weekend, we got 67 longhand signatures of local residents passing by. And we will continue collecting more. We're hoping that Council will do what it can to help us preserve our parkland for generations to come. Thank you for your attention and your support.
Thank you very much for tabling that petition. If you are welcome to come to the table to pass it over. Thank you very much. Fantastic. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And we will be debating this item a bit further in the agenda. Thank you very much. Are there any further petitions that any members of the gallery wish to table tonight? No? In that case, we're going to table it. Don't need a mover and seconder. No. Yes, we do. Could I please have a mover for the petition, Councillor Bolton, and seconded by Councillor Hopper? Does anybody wish to raise any debate at this stage? No? In that case, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. Thank you. We've got one report from Committee to Council, which is RCC 2116, the June 2016 Metropolitan Transport Forum meeting minutes. Is there a mover for this item? Councillor Hopper. Is there a seconder? Councillor Bolton. Any further debate on this item? No? In that case, I'll put it to vote. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. We now move on to question time. This is an opportunity, and we have about 30 minutes for citizens of Moreland to raise questions with councillors. Please note that if your question relates to a matter on any of the officer reports, this is the time to raise those questions with councillors. A maximum of 2 questions is allowed per person. A maximum of 3 questions will be heard on any subject, and council will then proceed to the next subject, but will return to that if time permits. If your question cannot be answered tonight, it will be taken on notice and responded to between now and the next council meeting. If a response to your question is provided at tonight's meeting, there'll be no further formal response. However, council will action any commitments made in answering those questions. We do have about 30 minutes and we want to make sure that we hear all the questions. So can I please ask that we don't enter debate when you ask your question? And if you'd like, we can have a more detailed discussion outside this forum. Also, councillors, I'm going to try and limit it to a few responses. We'll try for one response per question, but we'll see how the time progresses, and we do want to allow an opportunity for everyone to be able to ask their questions. So if I can please ask you to summarise your questions succinctly, that would be really greatly appreciated. So we're commencing question time at 7:20. And yes. And our first question or comment will come from former Mayor Mark Higginbotham. Please come forward.
Thank you very much, Mayor, my councillor colleagues. I'd like, first of all, to thank Moreland City Council for the way that they've dealt with the Mike Hill funeral. I congratulate you for the work done. I'd also would like to make, and also for the comments that have been made tonight, but I'd also like to make a few comments because Mike Hill meant a great deal to me, both as a friend and as a mentor. And I think it's really important that we've talked about the things that he's done at a great length. But Mike was not only a visionary, he was also very practical. He had the ability to actually say to people, hang on a minute, it's a great vision, but where's the implementation of that particular matter? And he was very good at from that point of view. And I am concerned that, for instance, Westwick, the next stage of Westwick is possibly in some jeopardy. We've got to make sure that the work that Mike did for this community and for Victoria and Australia continues. We've heard about all the wonderful work that he's done about sustainability, about to do with MEFL, Ceres, Westwick, the new village, and you're right, he worked literally right up until his death. But I'm cognizant of two things, and one is I want to just fix one little thing. The person who actually brought forth the statement about the People's Republic of Moreland was actually the Planning Minister, Mr McClelland. It wasn't the Speaker, it wasn't the Chair, it was the Government Minister. And Mike asked the first question. He said, as a representative of the People's Republic of Moreland, and then he asked his question. He wore that as a badge of honour, and this city wears it as a badge of honour, and I hope always will. But I also think it's important, and I'm conscious of the fact that we have a policy that we can't honour a person until they're actually deceased. And I think that's in fact still the policy. Well, it would appear to me that we now have a mayor, our first mayor, and that person is deceased. And it's time that we need to think in terms of some suitable tribute or some sort of thing which will give us an ongoing remembrance and dedication to the great work that he did. And I invite council and council officers to think about a suitable tribute and ongoing memorial, and that can be, but something which is living and something which will continue to produce the wonderful ideas and the achievement of those things as well. And I invite council to think along those lines. But to me, he'll always be a great friend and mentor and a great person. And he was himself a national treasure. And that's the way I view him. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr Higginbotham. We really appreciate your words and sentiment, and also sorry for your personal loss that you've also suffered. And thank you for raising those very valid points. We have been deliberating on that quite considerably as a group of councillors, and we've got a number of ideas afoot, and we're just working through those, so we should be able to talk about them publicly very soon. Thank you very much. Any other councillors wish to respond? Okay, we might move on to the next question then. So we've got 1 to 9. Sure. So we've got two questions regarding Amendment C160. So I might ask both questioners to ask their questions, and then we'll provide a response to both questions at the same time. The first question is from Anne McGregor regarding the planning amendment.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Anne McGregor. I've been involved in the revitalisation of Merri Creek since we moved into Brunswick in 1976. So I've seen a lot of changes over that time. And Mike Hill, I could continue the theme, he was a great supporter, certainly in the Brunswick City Council days when everything was starting off. And subsequently, Moreland's been a great supporter in the work along Merri Creek and the restoration. My question relates to Amendment C160 for a property 1 to 9 Moreland Road in Coburg, because I think it's really, this amendment would allow development that's quite contrary to the consistent vision that's been pursued over the last 40 years for establishing a bushland corridor along the creek, which is it's a respite, it's a haven, it's a green leafy haven respite from the city, and not a narrow canyon that's overshadowed and dominated by multi-storey apartments, which I fear this could occur with Amendment C160. So my question is, have councillors considered the inconsistencies between the Moreland Planning Scheme, and particularly clauses 21 and 22, and the Neighbourhood Centres Strategy, which all specify an upper limit of 4 storeys for sites like this one, and this proposed amendment which would allow 6 storeys on the site? I've got another question, but...
Certainly, if you could please ask both those questions, and we're going to take the second questioner as well, and we'll respond
So the
together.
second one is a broader question. That is, will council move to introduce stronger built form, height and setback controls along the Merri Creek corridor, similar to those that apply along the Yarra River, particularly in view of the attractiveness that the creek now holds as real estate?
Great. Thank you very much for your questions, Anne. We might have the second questions and come back to answering those questions together. The second questioner is a group of questioners. It's Richard Cox, Helen, Melita, Joanna and Barbara. Do you all wish to come up to the podium, or a representative? And it's regarding C160. You can come, strengthen numbers if you'd like.
Okay. Sorry. Okay. Okay, my name's Melita Ludikins, this is Richard Cox, and we're representing 103, 117 and 131 Moore Street, which is some of the people that put in a submission with some concerns and objections to this amendment. So in particular, the change to the design and development overlay for 1 to 9 Moreland Road. So maybe I'll hand it to you to...
Yeah, I guess our main concerns are really over the building height of the proposed development and whether it's appropriate both, I guess, fronting Merri Creek and also Campbell Reserve and also, I guess, Moore Street. The view of most of the objectors was that the proposed heights were perhaps too much. And I guess that also leads on to probably the second point, which was the traffic impact of any development of the site on Moreland Road, on Moore Street. Moore Street is already quite a congested road. We have the Moreland City Football Club use Campbell Reserve. There's also the Islamic Centre at the end of Moore Street and the Nicholson Apartments. So I guess we find that it's often very congested, and I guess we're concerned, even though the amendment suggests that a majority of the vehicular movements will be from Moreland Road, there are still, it's proposing 4 storeys on Moore Street. So that could, if they were apartments, that might be, 20 odd new residences, which may lead to perhaps 40 more cars. I guess we've just got concerns that Moore Street wouldn't be able to cope with increased traffic movements, I guess, and parking.
Yep.
So if we were to phrase that as questions, I suppose, then, why is it that the proposed building heights are considered appropriate when they're 50% higher than the building heights on the site today?
Yep.
As mentioned in the report, and in regard to the traffic impact on Moore Street, with the points that Richard's raised, how is it reasonable to suggest that a potential 40 additional cars would not impact on parking and traffic?
Thank you very much for those questions. There might be councillors who wish to answer parts of these questions, and maybe the Director of Economic and Planning Development, you're welcome to sit down if you'd like. I might answer one of those questions that Anne McGregor asked about the controls along the Merri Creek, and similar to what's happened around the Yarra River. I know that Councillor Lincoln Thompson has a general business item that's coming later tonight as well, talking about us starting some work around that, so there's some plans afoot. And there's been quite a bit of discussion amongst councillors about this report that's coming to us, and I believe that there is going to be a motion to defer the item so that we have a bit more time to consider this. Obviously, there's been a genesis of this, there's been discussions to date, and we have put it out for public feedback, and we really welcome this feedback. There are a number of things that we do have to take into consideration, and obviously the interface with the creek being one of the most significant ones. So I know there are a number of councillors with concerns, and we do want to work through those a little bit more with officers. So I think there is going to be a proposal to defer it, but really happy for councillors who wish to add any further information to that. Does the Director, do you want to answer any of the questions initially, or? No, that's fine. Sure. So the main questions were around height and consistency and impact on Moore Street, particularly for traffic and the surrounding areas. Anybody? Yep, Councillor Tapanos.
No, I don't want to get into the details because I think it's quite a complex report and quite complex issues that we are dealing with. But what I would like to recommend is perhaps that we have a meeting between councillors and residents that are impacted, so we can actually hear their views in a forum that's more appropriate, and we can actually go through the details in a lot more than what we can do tonight. So as opposed to responding back, I think that perhaps we should have that forum in the near future, and that would be the best way to progress this forward, making no doubt that this will come back to council for a decision probably if not next month.
Going to panel.
If it's deferred, it'll probably come back to council before it goes to panel. So there are going to be some decisions, and I know councillors do want to be informed and want to hear your views. So I guess I recommend that we delay those discussions to a meeting specifically for this.
Thank you, Councillor Tapanos. Councillor Bolton, you wish to add something?
Yes, thanks for the questions. I'm rather shocked that some sort of protection for the interface with the creek doesn't already exist. I would have expected that this would have already existed. Certainly, I think it's problematic if there's an inconsistency between a proposal like this and what's in the Moreland planning scheme. I mean, my personal position would be opposition to this, but I'll be supporting a deferral to allow more discussion. And certainly when I organised a ward meeting of residents last month, people were raising, a couple of people came to that meeting from Moore Street, from the end of Moore Street that you're talking about, and raised the issues about traffic in that area, even without this plan for this development. I think there's a number of problems with this proposal for this development, but I think we need to do something about this proposal, but I think it's good that Councillor Thompson's planning to put forward a motion to start work on some better protection for the corridor. I come from Queensland originally, and I saw various councils, one councillor come in, sell off all the land along the Brisbane River, another councillor come in and buy some of it back, then the next councillor and sell it off. Like, I saw that over a number of years in Brisbane, and it's really problematic in terms of trying to develop parkland along major waterways.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Councillor Hopper?
Look, I didn't want people to go away this evening thinking that we have no existing protections over planning along the Merri Creek, because that simply isn't the case. There's an existing document entitled Development Guidelines for the Merri Creek Corridor, which was prepared in 2004 by the Merri Creek Management Committee. It's a reference document to the Moreland Planning Scheme, and so that means that it was considered in great depth as part of this planning proposal. So as a reference document, it does have a contribution within the Moreland Planning Scheme, and it does protect the Merri Creek corridor. So there is an existing document. What Councillor Thompson is suggesting tonight would, I guess, solidify and add to that through a process that has been taking place at a state level, and that's certainly not a negative thing, but just so that people here tonight are aware that there is an existing document which does provide protections against overdevelopment. Well, it was considered as part of the proposal that's been put forward tonight, but it is important to note that, of course, this is an officer report and it's now up to councillors to decide whether to approve that officer report and whether indeed we feel that it does meet with the guidelines proposed by the development guidelines for the Merri Creek corridor. It should also be noted that the majority of the properties that do line the Merri Creek corridor on Moreland's side of the Merri Creek either fall within industrial land or within land that is encompassed within the Brunswick structure plan, and these are both things that we have been looking at over the last couple of years. So in terms of the community having an opportunity to contribute to what you think the Merri Creek corridor should look like into the future, this is exactly what we have been trying to do over the last few years by initiating a review of the Moreland Industrial Land Scheme and of the Brunswick Structure Plan. Now, of course, the Brunswick Structure Plan is awaiting approval by the Minister, so that has been going for a number of years now and is reaching its final stages of decision. And the Moreland Industrial Land Strategy is now going to panel. So these are discussions that have been taking place for some time, but we've certainly valued the community's input into those discussions.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hopper, and for all councillors who responded. I think that is a very good suggestion that we have some further follow-up discussions. I know that a number of discussions have already been taking place with councillors and concerned residents who've come particularly tonight, and we really welcome the further discussion, and suffice to say that there are a number of councillors who share your concerns. I know we're not going into the full discussion tonight, but hopefully we'll be able to cover it at a future meeting. And we do, I believe there are a number of councillors who do wish to have the report deferred, so we do have a bit more time to consider these very significant issues in depth. So thank you very much for your questions. We now have a question from Marilyn Moore regarding Turner Street, Pascoe Vale South. It's regarding the maternal and child health centre there. Hi.
Thank you. My attention was drawn to a public notice in the Moreland Leader advertising the unexpected sale of 43 Turner Street, Pascoe Vale South, a lot of 330 square metres in a neighbourhood residential zone covered by a heritage overlay. Further reading revealed the lot had to be vacated by a maternal and child health centre as surplus to needs, in quotation marks. I believe the use of the phrase surplus to needs was unfortunate indeed, as this maternal and child health centre is very, very much needed. It is located directly opposite the Turner Street Kindergarten, allowing mothers with a child at kinder and with a baby to easily visit both sites. The health centre is also only 1 block away from the neighbourhood Bell Street shopping centre, which you have said is a neighbourhood shopping centre. It is directly serviced by a bus to the Coburg shopping centre. It is many kilometres from the Coburg Health Centre in the area north of Bell Street, newly zoned either general residential or residential growth, which would have been very convenient for mothers residing in an area in which council wants greater dwelling and population densities, and therefore more families will come. Firstly, can you confirm that the health centre is being vacated and its nurse and services relocated to the Rogers Reserve site at least 1.25 kilometres away, with no bus directly connecting the kinder and the new health centre, no kinder nearby nearby of the Rogers Reserve, a good walk north of a local neighbourhood centre, which does now not even have a supermarket, and no guarantee that all Pascoe Vale families have 2 cars to overcome the inconvenience to many parents you will be creating. And secondly, was there any public consultation on this proposal? And if yes, who was invited to attend and when did it occur?
Thank you very much, Ms Moore. I might move to ask the Director of Corporate Services to provide an initial response and open up to councillors who wish to provide a further response.
Through the Mayor. The question about it moving to the centre which is under development at Rogers Reserve, the Pascoe Vale Community Centre, that is correct. Council has been planning to bring some services together on that site for a number of years.
And in terms of the advertising period, consultation? Yeah.
So this is the start of that process, and it's good to see the advertising process works, but clearly there's a process for your concerns to be recognised by council. Certainly this is one of them, but we'll be going through a formal submission assessment process, so we'd also welcome a submission from you on that point.
And will we be told when we should put in our submissions?
That, I'll need to recheck the advert, but my understanding is we'd be advertising, asking for submissions. So,
But I think that's for the sale, that is not whether it should close or not.
that's
My
correct.
question was that whether it should close. I'm saying it's a very great disadvantage to the people.
So, Ms Moore, we might try and limit the debate. If there's some further questions, we're happy to have a further discussion with you and get some clarity around some of the timelines and the dates. Councillor Hopper, you wish to
Oh, well, I've
outline
got
something?
the dates. So I found the notice on our website, the notice of intention to sell the land. So you can make a submission up to Friday the 26th of August, is all I was going to say.
Thank you, Councillor Hopper. And I think the broader question, though, is about the actual relocation of this service and consolidation into the new Pascoe Vale Community Centre and the process by which that was consulted. This, as you may know, has been quite a long-running process in terms of ensuring that we have both the funds but also the sort of support from the councillor group and the community in terms of consolidating the services. So this has been quite a long-running process, but we're happy to get a bit more information to you about some of those steps and when those decisions were made, and we're happy to follow that up with you after this meeting.
A lot of people in the community will have known nothing.
Thank you, Ms Moore. Appreciate that. Councillor Cavanaugh, you should add something further?
Just to mention that as well as the impending relocation of this facility to Rogers Reserve on a bus line, there is also another maternal and child health centre in Pascoe Vale South at Woodland Street in Pascoe Vale South.
Yeah.
So it's not like they're not serviced in that particular area. Yes, I accept about the supermarket argument, etc. But in fact, I do support locating a whole range of facilities in one spot. That's what we've been intending to do, and that's been policy not at our level of only our level of government, but at other levels of government as well, to locate as many services as possible in one spot.
Thank you, Councillor Cavanaugh. Councillor Bolton and then Councillor Gillies. Councillor Bolton, you wish to say something?
I more had a question to the director, because certainly since I've been on this council has had a lot of discussion about the Pascoe Vale Community Facility, which will co-locate Sussex Street Neighbourhood House and merge two maternal and child health centres to locate there. And I understand there was some concern, some of the reasons for that was because the maternal and child health centres are operated by single nurses. However, what I would like to know is when the decision about the maternal and child health centres was made, because certainly this council's had a lot of debate about the building of the facility on Rogers Reserve and the shifting of Sussex Street Neighbourhood House to the reserve, but not very much about the shifting of the maternal and child health centre. So yeah, I'd just be interested because my impression is it was made by previous council, but yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. The CEO wants to provide some response to that. Councillor Gillies, did you have a similar question, or I'll ask the CEO to respond?
So just to give some further information, so the decisions around the location of services at this site were made very early actually made early but also reconfirmed multiple times. So this has come to council a few times. We can get you dates for reports, but from my recollection of being here, 2012, there was some really significant reconsidering of that project by this council. It sort of was in hiatus almost for about a year as there was a fair bit of thinking about that project. I think sometime in 2013 it returned. There had been a number of other concerns to do with the heritage issues on the site, again another hiatus, and then came back again to council. So it's had 3 or 4 goes. There had been consultation in a range of sort of forms, but we will give you some further, like if you want exact information on dates, that's something we'll provide to you separately.
Thank you. Councillor Gillies?
Yeah, hi, sorry about my voice. I just very quickly want to say that the discussion that we had around the move of Sussex Street Neighbourhood House was actually that we could get funding if we housed a maternal child health and child health centre within that. I wasn't aware that there was a movement of a maternal and child health centre. and that would be sold off. It may have escaped me at some point, and I apologise for that. And there is a shift, and you see it with the police, with everything to house a number of things or have big regional facilities. And the issue with that is that you then lose the neighbourhood. These things were neighbourhood houses. They were a house in the middle of a neighbourhood, and you could walk there. And now we sort of have now brought those into a ward will have one, or, you know, one suburb will have one somewhere, and, you know, so, and they're nicer facilities in fairness, but I do share your concern, because I think that young mums want access to that, but the other side to it is having nurses work in by themselves in secluded areas can also be a danger to employees. So I think that there's a balance there, but we need to discuss that further.
Thank you, Councillor Gillies. Ms Moore, what we'll do is take this as an on-notice item as well, so that we can provide a more formal response with some of those dates, and we'll provide those to other councillors as well, documenting the series of decision-making that has occurred and this council has consented to in terms of that process. Thank you very much. We'll now move on to our final question, actually, from Mr Tomohiro Matsuoka regarding the reinstatement of age and disability home support services.
Good evening,
Hi.
and first of all, I'd like to thank all the councillors who made a very, very courageous decision last month. I think it's very hard to reverse your own decision, but especially the councillors who made a very touching, moving comment. It was well received by other families who couldn't come to the meeting last month, and even my neighbors who are actually watching online, they are even watching me sort of being agitated, sort of banging. And so I'm so glad I don't have to yell. I came here to just to a couple of questions, and actually one of the questions was a follow-up question regarding the action items voted at the last month's council meeting. But fortunately, just 15 minutes before meeting, I had a chance to talk to the director who already answered the question, so I don't have a question regarding the first part. I'll just wait, because I understand these action items will be followed up towards the later this year, so I'll just wait.
So that was resolved? Yep, thank you. Yep. And
The second part of the question is actually follows, also relates to last month's council meeting, and when I actually came to the council meeting, I was actually not sure what was going to be discussed and what was actually voted, and it's partly because there's the two motion in the first place, and also that the one of the motion was only published, only part of the motion was published, because some motion, part of motion or separate motion was including confidential item. So I wasn't sure that what was going on. But then, as the discussion started during the question time, this confidential clause was lifted, and now it was open. This raises a question of the if it is actually okay to be discussed in public, why was it confidential in the first place? And also for the last meeting motion, Councillor Bolton's motion. And then this also relates to the question to in the first place, back in December last year, why it was in a confidential in the first place. So I'd like to hear this explanation, and also after hearing the explanation, I also like to raise that because from this experience, I think it is important, particularly if decision affects the people, particularly the vulnerable member of the society. I think it is good to pursue to make it as public as possible, unless it's absolutely necessary to make it confidential.
Thank you very much. It's a very good question. I've got the CEO who's going to provide a response in terms of what governs what goes into confidential and open sections of the agenda.
So to decide what goes in confidential, usually they're related to sort of financial matters that are sort of commercial in confidence. So in that report, there were lots of things in there besides the issues that brought you to the council meeting. For example, how we were going to prepare for the shift in the aged services. Now, we know that council, at a future time, if it seeks to continue providing services, will be competing against others. So that now becomes commercial in confidence, because that's not something that you put out in public. You give yourself the best chance to basically be able to provide those services. So that's one of the things that drove it to be commercial, or to drive it to be confidential. That's an example. In this case, there were a couple of the resolutions, particularly the one that drew you here, that didn't necessarily have to be confidential. They were all packaged together in a report. The reason why you saw some notices of motion that were public and others that were confidential is that after it's been resolved by council in confidential, unless there's a resolution to release it, we're not able to be public about it until council resolves that we're allowed to. So that's why that little awkward procedure happened at the beginning to close it, give council the chance to take this out of confidential and then reconvene council meeting to allow that to happen. So that's just to make sure we're doing this in the way that we should be from a governance perspective. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Are there any further councillors that wish to add anything further? Councillor Bolton and Councillor Gillies?
I think I'm glad you raised this question, Tomo. There was a report not so long ago which I've forgotten who did it, but which found that too many councils do have too many things in confidential business. And I think Moreland was maybe in the middle of the pack. I can't quite remember.
We're one of the lowest. So LGPRF website, you'll see that we're actually down the bottom end. We're not actually
as in
the least number of confidential items.
But I still think, and that's good. That's very good. Some councils apparently discuss a huge amount of stuff in confidential business, but certainly I felt that this cut should never have been discussed in confidential business, and I actually think we should probably as a council actually give a lot more consideration whether things really need to be in confidential business or whether they should be in public, because I think maximum number of things should be in the public eye and not in confidential. And certainly I was opposed to this cut being discussed in confidential business in December.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Councillor Gillies?
Thank you. I was just going to say that that it's a shame that that we did have the discussion in camera. There are almost elements of the discussion that could happen not in camera, and maybe we need to think about that a bit more, because just like with the issue around Turner Street, when we're debating things, we often don't think about the flow-on effect of other consequences to those decisions, and people who are in a different position or can actually bring that to our attention quicker and in a way that we're able to make the decision right the first time instead of having to rescind our decision. So even though we may be down the bottom end, it's probably a good thing to take on board and start thinking about what we actually can speak about in camera or should, and what we can actually take outside of camera and discuss with the community.
Thank you, Councillor Gillies. There's no further comment. That draws us to the end of question time. We've asked all the questions.
Can I ask one quick question? We're still doing.
I'll allow it very, very quickly. It should be noted.
Relates to my standard question. Has there been a response or a letter to the Minister seeking information about car stackers, as I've asked previously? Has there been a written request made, bearing in mind that C159 panel hearings and the growth zones will be taking place later on this month, and it could have a bearing in relation to that matter?
Thank you very much, Mr Higginbotham. Just in terms of the response, I might move to the Director of Planning and Economic Development.
Certainly, through the Mayor, we have confirmation that it's in the pipeline. It's not been signed yet.
Thank you very much. We will keep you updated. All right, that draws us to the end of question time. Thank you, councillors, and thank you to all the members of the gallery who've come to ask us questions. I'm sorry, we really can't take any. We're not meant to take any further questions. Is something that we can discuss following this meeting? Is it?
I just wanted to ask if it was clear that C160 was being deferred.
So we're going to get to that in the agenda very quickly, or at some point we might move the agenda. There has to be a procedural motion to defer it, and then this council has to vote for that, so we can't presume to know what the outcome is going to be, but I do know that there are a number of councillors who've indicated that they wish to defer it. Okay, thank you. So we'll now move on to on-notice items from previous council meeting. We've got ONR 616, the on-notice items from July 2016. Could I please have a motion to receive these on-notice items? Councillor Bolton and seconded by Councillor Kavanagh. Is there any debate on this item? In that case, I'll put that to vote. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. And I'd just like to also welcome Councillor Gillies and Councillor Lincoln Thompson, who've arrived since we did the first set of introductions. We now move on to reports by Mayor and councillors. Are there any councillors who wish to provide any reports tonight? Councillor Bolton.
Yes, I'd like to do a brief report. I think there's one or maybe more people present who are around the O'Hay Street area where there's been a lot of concern about traffic and pedestrian safety. After a lot of agitation by residents and some discussions in council and some resolutions, O'Hay Street Traffic Working Group has been set up. However, one thing which slipped through the council, and I have to give my apologies for not picking this up as well, meant that the letters which went out to residents only invited homeowners to participate in the traffic working group. I was all ready to pass a motion in general business, but I've been informed by the CEO that council can resend letters to people who, all residents, regardless of whether they're homeowners or renters, inviting them to participate in the working group. Certainly, I don't think we should have any kind of discrimination like that. And there probably will be some other discussion about how exactly the working group itself will be chosen, because there's only going to be 10 people on the working group, one for so many blocks, one for each of 10 blocks. And the membership of the working group will get voted on by council, I think in September or sometime around then. So I just wanted to let people know, because there's many homeowners, but there's many renters who've got kids going to the local school, or maybe elderly people who using the street and at risk of life and limb because of the incredible traffic load in that area.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Is there another councillor who wishes to present a report? Councillor Kavanagh?
Mine's just simply to alert people that on Thursday, September the 1st, we have a special awards ceremony in Moreland, the Moreland Awards. I think the councillors who attended last year would probably agree with me. It's probably one of the best nights that we've had in my time on council, and we look forward to it this year being a particular celebration, being 20 years of Moreland. And so on that particular night, we'll be honouring those people this year that have in various categories for their contributions to Moreland. So it's at 6:30 in the Coburg Town Hall on Thursday, September the 1st.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Any further reports by councillors? Councillor Gillies?
I'd just like to publicly apologise to my residents who turned up to my ward meeting on the Friday instead of Thursday. Unfortunately, it was printed incorrectly in the Moreland Leader, and they all turned up on Friday. I've been having them since I first started on council, and it's always been the last Thursday of every month. And anyway, we'll get it right next month.
Thank you, Councillor Gillies. Any further reports by councillors? Councillor Thompson.
Yes, thank you, and apologise for being late. So I'd just like to say that there's a conference coming up next week on the 18th and 19th of August as part of MEFL's Spark conference program, and it's their inaugural conference, and it's to ignite local action on climate change and focus on progressive ideas. And there's over 50 speakers at this particular forum. So I was just wanting to put it out there that to invite people to participate, because it looks like it's going to be a really inspiring couple of days around climate change and what progressive things that we can do as a community and organisations.
Thank you very much, Councillor Thompson. Any further reports by councillors? No? In that case, we'll move on to the presentation of officer reports. There are no members of the gallery who are wishing to stay for particular reports. I'm happy to take requests on changes to the agenda. We are moving through the agenda quite quickly, so we should get through to them. But Councillor Bolton?
I'd suggest the Moreland Road rezoning.
Yep.
The Pentridge motion and the Hopetown Reserve.
There's a notice of motion.
There might be others, but
Yep.
those are three that I know people are
Sure.
here for.
Excellent. Are there any? So that was DED 6216, which is C160, 1 to 9 Moreland Road. The Pentridge motion, DED 6116, and notice of motion 4516, which is Hopeton Avenue Park Reserve. Any further requests, Councillor Kavanagh?
Can I ask that the notice of motion 4816, Coburg Football Integration Development Association. I know there's no one in the public gallery, but I'm aware that some of the players in that team are watching on live streaming from their homes.
Sure, no problem. No further requests? Okay, so we'll move those 4 items forward if Councillor's okay with that. So we'll move now to DD 6216, which is Amendment C160 to the Moreland Planning Scheme. Yes, Councillor Thompson?
I'd like to move that this report be deferred till later date.
Yep, so given it's a procedural motion, we'll go straight to the vote. All those in favour of this report being deferred? All those against? I declare that carried. Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Thank you, members of the gallery. You're welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting if you wish to as well. But thank you for coming to ask your questions. We now move to DD 6116, Pentridge Master Plans. If I may indulge, I might move an alternative, if that was okay? Yeah, sure. So I'd like to move an alternative recommendation to the one that's in the report. It is quite a lengthy motion, but I think for the sake of the public, we might need to read it out so that we have clarity, and then I'll ask for a seconder. So that the resolution reads, that Council resolves to 1. Note Council's ongoing strong opposition to the form of development that was subsequently approved by respective ministers for planning through revised Pentridge master plans following Council's removal as a responsible authority for Pentridge land. 2. Note that despite acknowledging the concerns of Council and the community regarding the lack of consultation undertaken in amending the master plans, that the current Minister for Planning has declined to lead the future review of the master plans, encouraging all parties, which include Council, landowners and Heritage Victoria, to continue to work together to ensure high-quality planning and urban design outcomes are delivered. 3, to note that the process to review and consult on the master plans will take approximately 18 months and a formal planning scheme amendment to incorporate the revised master plans, which replaces existing master plans, will take approximately 2 years to complete. During this period, Council will work to achieve the best possible outcomes within the existing planning framework as described in Resolution 8 and 9. 4, as a consequence of the Minister's decision, Council will lead a review of the master plans, noting the need to work collaboratively with the landowners and Heritage Victoria as the most expedient way to achieve the revised master plans. Once having obtained agreement to this collaboration, Council will engage with the Office of the Victoria Government Architect to assist in the review process. 5, that Council receives a further report within 6 months confirming the progress of all parties to undertake a collaborative review of the master plans and to consider what additional resources may be required from Council to enable the master plan reviews in the event that an independent review by Council is necessary. 6, that having regard to Council's adopted planning policy framework for the Coburg Activity Centre as a place of intensive development, that the revised master plan aligned with the development framework that supports the wider activity centre. 7, to note that funds not spent from the 15-16 Design Review Panel budget line have been carried forward to 2016-17 to fund a review of the 2006 Pentridge Public Realm Master Plan with the focus of obtaining the advice of a heritage landscape specialist to determine in particular the landscaping outcome that should be achieved to Champs Street. Number 8, that having been returned as a responsible authority for the land, note that Council officers will continue to focus on providing urban design advice on planning permit applications lodged with Council for the Pentridge site to achieve the best possible outcomes for development at the site, including best practice sustainable design, affordable and accessible housing, public realm outcomes and minimal amenity impacts beyond the site. And point 9, which is the final point, to note that Council officers will continue to encourage the developers to engage early with Council officers in the design process so that Council officers can provide planning and heritage advice on applications prior to them being lodged with either Council or Heritage Victoria. Thank you everyone for indulging that long motion. Councillor Hopper wishes to second the motion. I will speak briefly to it and then open it up to the floor and the seconder and the floor. So as you're all aware, my colleagues around this table, we have been deliberating what the best way forward is with the Pentridge site, given the amount of community concern and council concern for that matter, and that council concern has been documented for many years. With the changing authority, with the Minister calling it in and us not actually having much power to determine the master plan for that site, we've been given the responsible authority status back to implement a master plan that Council essentially didn't agree to, and the community didn't essentially agree to, and we're now encountering the issues where we've got a master plan that's actually not in keeping with the broader vision for the Coburg Activity Centre, and it is in such close proximity in the Coburg Activity Centre. So I think the need for consistency plus sensitive response to the heritage fabric of the Pentridge site is really, really important, and this is a time to start thinking about what power we actually have to change the outcome. It's an incredibly complex world, planning is, and we have been thinking about all the different ways that we can try and achieve an outcome. And while this, we'd love for us to be able to do something very quickly within the next few months, the reality of planning laws is that you have to abide by a process that's often set up in the state planning scheme. So we're trying to find the best way forward to get the quickest outcome to ensure that we have a master plan that is what the community desires in keeping with our vision for this area. And we're hopeful that this process will yield those outcomes. And built into that are regular updates and also mechanisms by which, if this doesn't work, we have other options and we're willing to exercise those. So I want to thank all the councillors who've really been putting their heads together to think about how we can find a way forward. We're hopeful this process will yield a much better result than the outcome that we face if we don't do this process. Councillor Hopper, you should add something.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I think this is an exceptionally strong set of recommendations within this motion, and it feeds on from a number of other motions and reports and recommendations that Council has put up over the preceding months and indeed years, lodging our objection to many of the practices which have been taking place within Pentridge. First under the previous minister when he had control of the site. Now, since control of the site has passed back to us, but we're increasingly being asked to make do with things that had already been approved before it returned to us. And one needs only to look at the letter section of this week's Moreland Leader to realise that there are still members in our community who don't fully appreciate or understand that in many aspects, this is not a problem of council's making. And that's not us passing the buck. That's not us trying to make excuses or say that it's somebody else's fault when it's ours. That is a realistic and truthful interpretation of what the process has been over the last several years. Whilst, some 10 or 15 years ago, council was involved in the very initial processes of planning the future of Pentridge, it then came under the minister's purvey. The minister took control of the Pentridge site and made all of the decisions and determinations around proposals that were put forward on that site over an extensive period of time and leading right up to this term of government. And all of the decisions that were made during that time were made by the minister and not by council. And in many cases, council put forward strong objections to the decisions that were made at that time. And we've continued to do that. So I think that putting this motion forward tonight just really strongly consolidates and puts word to the objections that we have around the progress of this site, the deleterious impact that it is having on the heritage fabric of Pentridge and our need to preserve our history, whatever that history may be, and the deleterious impact it's having on our community. Anything over 8 or 10 stories in the Coburg precinct is just way too high. It is too high for Coburg. Coburg is still a suburban area. People still expect a suburban community. It's right near open space. That's not what we want to see for our community, and it's not what our community wants to see either. And we have strongly objected to it and will continue to strongly object to that.
Thank you, Councillor Hopper. Is there a councillor who wishes to speak against the motion first? No, they'll take councillors for the motion. I think Councillor Councillor Bolton had her hand up.
Which may or may not be agreeable.
Certainly.
I sent them through.
Yep.
I wasn't sure which motion was going to be put up tonight, so I sent through the same sort of amendments to the 3 versions. So my amendments are in the bold, and maybe I can read them if you'd like. So they're more additions to the motion, and I think the motion actually is a big step forward from what we were presented with in the motion that Councillor Ratnam has put forward is a big step forward. But I just feel as if there's some extra provisions which should be included. Maybe I should read them because they're not all appearing on screen. So to insert an extra 2 points after point 3, the review allows for community consultation and considers heritage, including improved setbacks from heritage building walls and other structures, sightlines from the public realm of important buildings like D Division, the preservation of the recently discovered panopticons, more open space, lower density, public realm improvements including landscaping, traffic management and good sustainable design, including affordable and accessible housing. The review to be presented back to council to inform any future planning scheme amendments. Then the point 5, one aim of the review would be to achieve consistency in approaches to heritage and planning across the northern and the southern Pentridge sites. Then I've slotted
Councillor
in-
Bolton, can I just ask a quick question of clarification? Do you want to present all these amendments en bloc, or do you want to test for each amendment, is the question?
I can test for each amendment if you like.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I'm
how many
happy.
amendments in total have you got for the
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
7 amendments? So perhaps
Some of them might be straightforward.
an alternative motion, perhaps outline the full range of motions, and then I'm going to ask the seconder as well if they're happy to accept them, and then we'll move to the formal
Okay, so
procedure.
it's the one I just read out about the consistency of northern and southern precincts. Then I've put in a number 10, which is after your point 7 or 6, I think, that a review of the precinct objectives and guidelines contained in sections 5.9 and 5.10 of the Moreland Planning Scheme be conducted. Then in your point 8, the one that starts with to note that funds not spent from the 2015-16 design review, I've added on to the end of that point and all of the open space of Pentridge and an independent heritage building architect to assess the plans received as well as a review of the 2006 Pentridge Public Realm Master Plan by a landscape heritage architect who would also assess the plans received from the developer. Then I've got 3 small additional points straight after that before your last 2 points. That a community reference group be established to provide input on the council's approach to planning at the site. Then another point, that council seek to make public the Pentridge Village revised master plan. And my final amendment, that council receive a report on the progress of the preparation and implementation of a heritage interpretation strategy by future estate.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Normally I will ask the mover and seconder if they're accepting of the changes before moving to a vote. I might speak first. I'm not happy with all the changes. I'm not happy to accept all the changes. I'm happy to outline a couple of reasons if that's okay. I think there can be some alternative ways found if possible. Just going backwards, in terms of the community reference group, I think it'd be better off to have something about having a clause there that community consultation is part of this process, and then we'll form the actual approach for that and detail around that. I think much of this detail, particularly the terms of the review, I don't think we can go into that detail at this stage, so that's why I'm unhappy with it. I think it's heading in the right direction, but I wouldn't want it to limit the terms of the review as well, and I think that we can build in a clause where perhaps the terms of the review, we're consulted on that, so we're aware of it and are sure that it's heading in the right direction. So I'm happy to consider perhaps a clause on community consultation being part of it, and a process by which we're aware of the terms of the review, but I'm not that keen on the full detail of the review at this stage being detailed in a motion like this, because I'm scared it'll limit it to. Councillor Hopper?
Look, I don't support the amendments, and if Councillor Bolton has a seconder, I have a point-by-point reasoning as to why that is.
Okay, certainly. So it's not amenable to the mover and seconder, so I'm going to ask for a seconder for the amendments on block, Councillor Gillies. So we'll now debate the amendments. Does anybody wish to speak for or against the amendments?
To speak against.
Councillor Bolton, do you wish to speak for the amendments firstly?
I'll just be very brief, and then I'd like to hear what people have to say. If council has accepted my my point 4, which goes after your point 3, that does refer to community consultation. So I could just drop that bit about community reference group.
Yeah.
I guess I was just trying to make some of the things a bit more specific. I do welcome the motion which has been put forward, but I think many residents are so frustrated with too general commitments that many residents feel a need for much more specific commitments to point some specific things which need to be considered as part of the review, so that the review doesn't, isn't too general and without providing enough guidance on the things the community really wants to take on board to protect the heritage.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Councillor Gillies, do you want to speak to the amendments? No? Okay, Councillor Hopper and Councillor Thompson. Councillor Hopper.
Okay, so I'll just run through the various points that have been made and why I won't support them, and this isn't necessarily in order. So the point relating to the public realm master plan, the existing point is in there to help resolve the Champ Street issue regarding the tree. That is obviously a time-sensitive issue. Adding other open space to that point would require further consultation, investigation, and would essentially drag out the timelines of that process, which would in fact have a negative impact on the Champ Street process. So that's why I don't support that point. The point around making the master plan public, the master plan in fact is already public pursuant to a council motion that came up in April. It is on our website, as is the Heritage Conservation Master Plan, and members of the gallery can find that there now. The future estate point is also already a resolution that has been made in April. Council officers have already acted upon that resolution and have communicated with future estate, and we're awaiting the response from future estate, so there's no need for that part of the amendment because it's already underway. All of the points in relation to what the outcomes of the review might be, I agree with the Mayor that they preempt the outcome of the review, and so it's too early to outline them at this stage. The point in relation to ensuring that we achieve heritage consistency is essentially out of our purvey, as Heritage Victoria controls heritage consistency on the site. So we can certainly communicate to them and contribute to that process, but we're not in a position to ensure the achievement of heritage consistency ourselves, because that is Heritage Victoria. And in relation to community consultation, I would assume that that would be part of the process, as it is part of all of our planning processes, but I'm certainly happy for wording to be crafted, as the Mayor has suggested, that will just remind officers of that requirement.
Thank you, Councillor Hopper. Councillor Rob Thompson.
I'm supportive of the motion in its entirety. However, I'm somewhat disappointed about the timing of it, in that both the developers have approached council and are very keen to talk with us, an open dialogue, and are wanting to sit down and discuss a master plan moving forward. So at this point, I would not want to then scare them off with amendments to the particular points that you've put forward there, and make it so onerous upon them that they'll start to get concerned and worried about them. I'd be far more encouraging if we were to leave some of those, well, all of those points out, invite them to the table and start the process as equals, as they are very keen to talk to us. Neither of the developers that are currently owners of the parcels of land have had anything to do with the original master plans as they sit at the moment. They are now fully and prepared to engage with us and have invited all of us to attend the briefings that they are currently having, and I attended one only 2 weeks ago. And in that, the group of people that are there are landowners from across the road that are directly affected, and people from the wider community, and they are all very encouraging of the fact that they do want to see development progress there, and they don't wish to see it being slowed down. However, they do want to see it being undertaken sensibly and in line with most of the members of council here. Thoughts on particularly height and overdevelopment. So whilst I can understand where Councillor Bolton is wanting to head, I think we should be cautious about how we approach this. I would like to engage with the developers and get them to the table first and foremost, and make sure that they're happy to start talking to us.
Thank you very much, Councillor Thompson. And I think in quick response as well, in terms of your earlier point, it specifically mentions a collaborative approach is what we're going to trial first, and only pending that will we try another approach. So I think hopefully that responds to your concerns there as well. Is there another councillor who wishes to speak? Councillor Tapanos?
I'm going to speak in favour of one dot point and perhaps seek that it be put separately. And that is dot point 4, but excluding the last sentence. so excluding the review be presented back to council to inform any future planning sim amendments, and I think that's already dealt with. But so it starts with the review allow for community consultation and considers heritage, including the following areas. And I'll speak to why I think that is important. This resolution is a good one. It is a step forward from where we were. It is council finally starting to take action and to use a little bit of its muscle in regards to its powers and what it can and can't achieve. It is something that should have been done years ago. It is something that we haven't been able to achieve because we haven't been the responsible authority. So I think it's important to undertake this process, and I don't undermine at all how important this is and how significant this resolution actually is if it's going to be successful in getting outcomes that the community wants. But what I think is lacking is community consultation. Part of the reason why we are seeking a review is because the community has had virtually no say. Council has had virtually no say. So I think it is important to take it back to what is the community's views and expectations on this site. So consultation is important. Secondly to that, far too often I have seen situations where people have come up and said, no, that is not a planning matter. So no, we're not consulting on this, we're not consulting on that. What I'm suggesting is that we put these items clearly in the motion. It's not an exclusive list. It doesn't mean we can't consult on more issues, but it means that these are some of the key items we do want to be part of the consideration, because many of them are normally not. The panopticons, a new archaeological discovery in the site, will probably not be part of, certainly hasn't been part of the discussion when the master plans were discussed, because people didn't know they were there. But now it changes the game a little bit, the fact that they're there. So we want that to be part of the review. We want each and every one of those items to be given some consideration. And we want the public's comments on these items, not just the heights, not just the setbacks, but is the panopticon something we should preserve? What does the community feel about it? Is there enough open space? What does the community feel? How does the community feel about that? Is there enough done on environmental sustainable design? Is there enough done on affordable housing? So it is important to actually put these in here and say very loud and clear that we want this to be part of the consultation and form part of the review. So I will be supporting that motion, but I think the comments by Councillor Hopper in regards to the rest are valid, and I won't be supporting those.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Tapanos. Can I just clarify perhaps a suggested way forward? So we've had a request for point 4 to be voted on separately, put forward separately. Are you happy, Councillor Bolton, for the remainder of the amendments to be put on as block, or would you like all of them to be voted on as separately, as separate items?
I could withdraw a couple after hearing the
Okay,
comments.
yes.
So I could withdraw my point 12 because I realise consultation is included in point 4.
Right.
I'll take off my point 13 and 14. And
you might need to specify them, Councillor Bolton, because we have different orders.
okay. Yep.
Okay, sorry.
Okay,
That's on the screen now. That's on the screen now.
So I'll withdraw the points about the community reference group, because that's already covered, about making public the Pentridge Village revised master plan. I'll have a double check of that. When I last looked, it wasn't on display. I'll withdraw the point about the heritage interpretation, because I gather that's already underway from Councillor Hopper's comments. And I'll deal with the issue of heritage consistency in another motion at the next council meeting.
Okay, so withdrawing.
I'll withdraw the one on heritage. On consistency of the northern and southern sites.
So it's point 5 is withdrawn from
And
that?
resubmit
Okay.
it at the next meeting.
So what we have remaining is point 4, and then I might ask.
And I'm happy to remove the last sentence of point 4
Okay.
along the lines of
Yep.
what Councillor Tapanos.
Yeah.
I'm comfortable with one.
Okay.
And I'd like to keep the section at the end of Champ Street.
Point of order, you've now amended the amendments that we're now debating on, and I'd like to now be given the opportunity
To vote on the amendments. I do want to find a way forward. I think we are close to resolution, so if you please indulge us, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Bolton, just finalise, have you...
I think that's Everything, yeah.
Okay.
The rest can be voted on block if people want.
Okay, so just in summary, we've got point 4 there with that final line. If you wouldn't mind scrolling down, we've got the addition to point 10 still in that resolution. The addition to the new point 9 is still in the resolution. So we're voting on point 4 separately, and we're voting on 9 and 10 together. Is everyone clear about that? I'd also like to go back to an earlier point in the debate where I indicated that I'd be happy with an alternative that said something like that councillors be consulted in the development of the terms of the review and that community consultation be included as part of this process. That was the alternative wording I was going to suggest to capture the community consultation in terms of review.
Do you feel that the amended point 4 covers that? Because the amended point 4 does incorporate the review allows for community consultation. Yeah. So do you feel that it covers that, or?
If I would indulge me in one more change, then I would say that if we could say the review allows for community consultation and considers but is not limited to, because I don't want it to be bound by that. Still be difficult. I might get a comment from the Director of Economic Development because I think she wants to, and Planning and Economic Development because she would like to make a comment. Would you provide a comment on that one as well?
Just trying to assist in terms of framing up the next stages. The key with this is that the framework that the area sits within is the wider activity centre, and there's a lot of objectives as well as also the local policies that we have around sustainable design, affordable housing, accessible housing that sit outside of this, and we've not had any success dealing with these things on a precinct or even an activity centre basis. They need to be at the MSS level, and we do have them in there. So we're starting to introduce things that we're just going to go over again that we've already been through 3 panels for in terms of C134, C142 and C123. So I would encourage you to keep it very broad at this stage. And then one of the recommendations there is to ensure that it's actually aligned with the rest of the activity centre. So you get that full integration and you get consistency across the whole activity centre, not just the north and south of Pentridge. And some of those principles will guide a lot of this work.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you to the Director. Are there any further questions or debate? I'm going to put the amendments to the vote at this stage. Councillor Thompson, I'm going to put the amendments. Yes.
You've now amended the amendments, and I just wish to speak against if you're now going to vote on them individually, or
so we're going to vote on 4 individually and then 9 and 10 as a block together.
Right. Can I just speak against 4 again?
Yep.
I understand where you're wanting to head, and I fully support that this is, one would hope, where we end up discussing as far as the master plan is concerned. But I am concerned, not knowing the developers well enough, that putting together an amendment like this, or adding these into this motion, may scare them off slightly, particularly when you use words such as setbacks and heritage buildings and other components there. And I would like to open discussions with them first and foremost to see where they want to go as far as this master plans, rather than dictating to them, because all they would need to do is say, no, we do not wish to come to the table, and they can continue on in the path that they are at the moment by bringing 16-storey, 18-storey developments to the table for approval. We'll reject them at UPC. They'll go to VCAT, they'll be approved, and they'll be built tomorrow. So I just would like to be cautious of the wording that you put in there. I strongly suggest that the original motion that you had was enough to cover what we're trying to do and to attract them to the table to say, yes, we agree, and then we could develop from there how it would look.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Thompson. Is there any further debate on the amendments? Councillor Tapanos.
Yeah, just briefly, just in reply. One of the reasons why the developers are actually eager to work with council now is because of the pressure and the community campaign council has been undertaking. So I'm not concerned about scaring them off. Quite to the contrary, I think when we put these items forward in a resolution, it says to them quite clearly, we think these are the areas that need specific attention, and these are the areas that we want to have a conversation with. It is not going to be scaring them off. In fact, I think quite the opposite. The more pressure that could come to bear on them, the more likely they are to actually be willing to negotiate, to be willing to undertake a process where they listen to the community. So in that respect, community consultation is essential, absolutely essential. But I don't want it to be some kind of consultation where we we basically say, look, these are the plans, this is what we're doing in Central Coburg, which is different. Central Coburg doesn't have any heritage buildings in it. And I mean Central Coburg in that sort of car park precinct behind Coles. It is different. It has its own complexities. So we really need to hear the community's views and expectations in regards to that specific site. And I don't want a consultation, but it's like, we're happy to do a very limited, do you agree with this or do you agree with that, and leave the bulk of the issues out of it. And I fear that's what may happen if we don't have it in the resolution.
Okay, Councillor Bolton, you wish to say, we do need to move on, so I'm going to start wrapping up now.
Okay. I'll just I guess there are two approaches with the developers. I can appreciate Councillor Thompson's concerns, but I guess the two approaches, one is to try and have friendly relations and hope that they'll respect the council's point of view. And another one is sort of indicating to the developers that council's not going to be a pushover. I think that is important, because I think at the moment the developers are putting out a lot of puff pieces in the newspapers to try and make it look as if everything's a fait accompli. You'll be able to camp for a night in a prison cell, and it's a little bit theme parkish. Spend a night in a prison cell and see what it's like to be a prisoner, etc., etc. And I think at the moment the developers are trying to really snow the community with a lot of their pieces, their journalistic pieces in the various media outlets. So, I think it would be better if we are a bit more specific. I'd like to see some more of my amendments. I suspect that some of my amendments will go down, and maybe this one will as well. But I think it will be good for councillors to consider that we don't want to give signs to the developer that we're just going to be a total pushover on a whole lot of issues. And I think we do need to be a bit specific, because I think there are a lot of things that have gone through, and it's true that the state government has passed most of the changes without any community consultation, but now there's a chance for the council to try and do with the remaining parts of Pentridge and try and do the right thing and try and hold their developers to account. So I'd like councillors to consider voting for point 4.
Okay, so I might now, this is further debate, if anybody, only to people who haven't spoken before. Anybody who's...
we're still on the amendment.
On the amendment, point 4, and then we're going to put points 9 and 10 together.
I'd like to speak, but I want to speak to the substantive motion once it...
Certainly. Okay, so we'll put point 4 to the vote. All those in favour of point 4? All those against? I declare that carried. So that's now incorporated as part of the substantive amendment. I'm now going to put amendments to point 9 and 10 to the vote. If we can please put that as part on the screen. I'm going to put, is there any further debate on these amendments or clarification? I'll put those to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? Declare those lost. So we now return to the substantive amendment. Councillor Kavanagh, you wish to speak to the substantive amendment?
Speak briefly. I just want to put paid to the theory that the council is only now becoming engaged in Pentridge, right? It's something that's permeating a lot, and it's wrong. I have been on since November 2004, and that was at a time where we were the responsible authority. Just prior to that, Pentridge had been divided among Pentridge Piazza and Pentridge Village, as it was at that stage. And yes, Pentridge Village is, if you like, the residential area, and that was being developed at that time. Pentridge Piazza was still, as it pretty well is, had very little development as such. And we had many meetings with the applicants and around INDs and things like that. I was just reflecting on councillors that had spoken that I recall in my time that don't sit around this table that were speaking about heritage. And they include councillors at the time, Higginbotham, De Lorenzis, Canellan, Matthews, Ward, Pryor, O'Brien, Archer, Sharon. All of them had the same views that are being expressed around the table tonight. And all of our officers were on the same page, as they remain on being on the same page. What the main problem was we had the control taken away from us at exactly the time. And probably because at that time, council was demanding a whole range of things from the applicant, right? And so the applicant found it easier to go to the minister and gain approval that way. It didn't have to deal with the issues that council was raising. But it's wrong, and I want to reiterate it, it's wrong to think that we've only come recently to Pentridge and the value for its heritage. It's been from my time on council and before that, I am sure, because the councillors who were on before me, including former Mayor Higginbotham and others, were also advocating for that at the time. And I also concur with Councillor Hopper. One of the quotes in the paper this week from Ryan was, "It appears Moreland Council's quest for the almighty dollar wins out again." Another from Kevin was, "And for Moreland Council to not recognise the significance of heritage is an absolute tragedy." Right? Now, I'm sure these are well-intentioned people, but they're ill-informed. They're ill-informed. Right? Council, the people around this table and our planning department agree with the importance of heritage at Pentridge. Have for the time in which it stopped its operations and was sold to private developers. It's not something new. Not from the councillors around this table and not from our planning department. But, as I say, when the critical moment came for planning approvals, they were snatched away from us from then Minister Madden, then Minister Guy, and now Minister Wynne, who it seems, and I'm not trying to be unfair to Minister Wynne because he seems a bit more reasonable. That's the impression I'm getting. But the other two, Minister Madden and Minister Guy, basically the applicant got whatever they wanted.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Are there any further speakers on the substantive item with the amendment incorporated? No. Councillor Bolton, you wish to close the discussion? Yes, you're the last speaker.
The mover and seconder can close the debate, but I definitely do strongly support the resolution. I think it is a step forward. I would demur a bit with Councillor Kavanagh though, because I think, maybe engagement has waxed and waned, especially in the period after the state government took control of the site. Because I think, and maybe it was the period when the state planning minister was ticking a lot of things off, but I think there was a period where this council wasn't as watching it as closely, even though we weren't the responsible authority. And for instance, I think we didn't initially. Luckily, we did later on, but we didn't initially challenge the 19-storey tower application to the Heritage Commission. So I think it is good that there is more attention being paid by all of the councillors and the council officers, because I think, and there are many things council has to deal with, so there's many explanations, but I think the more public attention, the better, because I think it does put the developers on their toes.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. I'll now put that the substantive item to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. And could we have that noted as unanimous, please? Thank you. We now move to notice of motion 4516, Hopetoun Avenue Reserve, Brunswick West. Councillor Bolton?
The other Pentridge one? The one on order?
I think we've got 5 that we're bringing forward, so I prefer that we now proceed with that order. Thank you. Would you like to present that notice of motion?
Okay, so council recognises that Hopetoun Avenue Park Reserve has been used by the local community for a long time as open space, contributes to the overall amount of public open space in the municipality, which has one of the 3rd lowest amounts of open space per 1,000 people in metropolitan Melbourne, forms a green corridor link between Fraser Reserve and the Moonee Ponds Creek, and on a wider scale contributes to Moreland's open space strategy to create a system of green corridors and biolinks, and is important for the enhancement and protection of the Moonee Ponds Creek and its strategic role as a significant open space corridor. Therefore, Council resolves to A, write to the fast track planning section in DELWP requesting that they cease work to rezone Lot B, Hopetoun Avenue Reserve from public park and recreation reserve to neighbourhood residential until public consultation has been conducted, and that Friends of Moonee Ponds Creek be invited to participate in the consultation. Secondly, supporting the retention of the land as part of the Hopetoun Avenue Reserve and request that the land be gifted to the council to retain as public open space. B, conveys these resolutions in writing to the Melbourne Water, the State Minister for Planning, the Environment Minister and other relevant ministers. C, sends a copy of this letter to Friends of Moonee Ponds Creek, the State Member for Brunswick and the Federal Member for Wills. Actually, I just realised there's one mistake in that, actually. Where it says point A, right to the fast track planning section, the first dot point should have a full stop after neighbourhood residential.
Right.
So it should just be simply requesting they cease work to rezone Hopetoun Avenue Reserve from public park recreation to neighbourhood residential.
Okay. So it's a full stop and that second sentence.
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
Is the second sentence a different dot point?
Just in that dot point, yeah, I made a mistake. I had that initially, but
Just clarification, Councillor
yeah.
Bolton, and so you're deleting that last bit of that
Yeah.
point? Okay, thank you very much. I'd be happy to second that if there's no other burning desire to second it. Yep, happy to second that. I'm happy to. Is that okay? Is that okay? Thank you very much. Councillor Bolton, do you wish to speak to this item?
Yes, I would like to speak to this. Actually, yeah, and firstly, I'd like to start by pointing out that there is a precedent for Melbourne Water withdrawing a site for sale and rezoning, and it reverting to open space, and that is in the Brimbank Council area. I think it is really, really important that we don't allow these green spaces, especially along the creeks, to be sold off. This area is very important for residents, not only in West Brunswick, but also further afield, Moreland, Essendon, Moonee Valley, etc. They're all in danger of losing part of Hopetoun Avenue Reserve, which abuts Moonee Ponds Creek, because Melbourne Water has started to go in a more neoliberal direction in recent times with trying to flog off public open space. The land has been subdivided into two lots. One lot which the council has agreed to purchase, and the second lot is the lot 1B is the lot that the Melbourne Water wants to sell off. Hopetoun Reserve has an environmental significance overlay which recognises the Moonee Ponds Creek environment and confirms a linear corridor as an asset. There has been a plan to have a linear park along the whole, a large section of Moonee Ponds Creek, and certainly the selling off of this piece of land would make such a plan impossible to achieve if it was to go ahead, if it was to be flogged off for housing. A substantial section of the land is also subject to an erosion management overlay, which serves to protect areas prone to erosion, landslip and other degradation processes by minimising land disturbance caused by inappropriate development. And I think it's very dangerous to actually consider putting residences on such a site, because we've seen in the early 2000s where lots of houses in Wollongong just collapsed when there were huge storms, and creeks that had been built over had sort of, found their natural course and caused lots of houses to just crumble. Moreland Council's open space strategy states that Moonee Ponds Creek has been heavily modified and urbanised, and any opportunity to retain open space along the creek corridor is a priority. Key objectives and goals are to advocate for formalisation of surplus public utility land as designated public open space, and prior to disposal of open space, that there'll be comprehensive assessment of existing and potential use and value of the space. There are many other aspects I could go into, but time is short. But I think really, the substance of this motion, council doesn't control everything that's going on with this site, but council needs to really come in strongly behind the residents who, in just a single afternoon collected 70 petition signatures from passers-by, people walking through the reserve. It's a heavily utilised area, and while I understand council didn't decide to buy this particular site because Melbourne Water decided to massively jack up the price of this plot
Councillor
of
Bolton,
land,
time,
I
Councillor
think
Bolton.
it's really important that council, supports the residents in their campaign to retain the site.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. I'll speak very briefly as a seconder, and I just wanted to say commend the motion, and I'd like to thank all the residents for the background work that you've been doing and garnering support. We had a meeting yesterday to understand a little bit more about some of the history and some of the issues and thinking about the way forward. This council has been talking a lot about open space, and there are a number of issues that this motion and this issue brings to the fore. And this isn't the first in the recent past that we've seen of essentially the state government selling off what are public assets, which are in the state's hands, and in this case, it's a parcel of open space in a precinct, particularly in the south part of Moreland, that has a limitation of open space, and we're actively looking for new open space that we can create for an increasingly populous area. So there are a number of reasons why we should keep this in public hands, and this should be maintained as public open space. And it's very concerning where we've had this situation with the Merri-bek College recently as well, in a similar situation, a slightly different context, but a similar situation where council's been put in a position where if they didn't have the funds to be able to fund these types of purchases, it's threatened to go into private hands. And once we lose this open space, we will never get it back. And we're grappling with that at the moment as we try to create new open space. It's really, really difficult. So we are really encouraged by the support from the community and all the work that's gone into it. And I think we're all going to be very united in doing everything we can to ensure this stays in public hands. And one thing that we know is that Melbourne Water and state government don't have to sell this land. It can stay as public park and can stay in the current zoning and can be retained as public open space for time to come, and there is no reason why this has to be rezoned. So we would really urge them to keep this as public land. Are there any further speakers to this item? Councillor Hopper?
Yeah, look, I'll speak briefly. I support the motion, but I do want to remind Council that we did vote on this in October last year, and I'm becoming concerned by what I'm starting to see as a trend that we're setting of realising our mistakes too late. Because this is information that we were given as part of the report that we received in October last year. We explicitly put in that report, officers put in that report, that Council did not view this as being necessary to our open space requirements because there was existing public open space within that immediate area, and that was why we made the decision not to purchase this piece of land but to purchase the piece next to it. So I worry that we've already published a report which explicitly stated that we hadn't identified this as being worthy of acquisition for public open space because there was public open space so nearby. And that motion was moved by Councillor Tapanos and seconded by Councillor Yildiz and supported by a majority of councillors. That would have been an opportunity for us to actually add to the motion and say that we requested Melbourne Water and the state government to consider retaining the land for public space or open use. But instead we've allowed them to continue down this process when we recognised that the most likely outcome was that they were going to rezone the land to neighbourhood residential and try to build property on that land for people to live in. And so I worry that some 8 or 10 months down the track, we've suddenly only now realised that we should be doing something about this. It probably would have been timely for us to be making this decision in October last year.
Thank you, Councillor Hopper. Is there another councillor that wishes to speak to this item? Oh, the CEO wishes to clarify as well the context of that report prior to proceeding.
So just through the Mayor, so to clarify the context, the issue in the report was whether council purchases that land. So council purchased a strip of land that had a number of particular values around it, and it was particularly about keeping the access behind those properties so that you didn't end up sort of locked up there. The issue with the other block of land is that it was at the best and highest use. So we were being asked to buy it for the maximum amount, and we would be using our open space reserve, which is basically for the purchase of open space. And because we had the open space across the road, it didn't justify using that reserve to buy the land. Now, there's a premise here that really ought to be questioned, and that is whether council should ever have to buy a piece of public land. Now, you at any time can say, we don't agree with your premise.
Yeah.
So in effect, that's kind of what you're considering tonight. I think there is truth in what you're saying, that that could have been the premise at that time, and said, okay, we don't think we have to buy it, we'll buy this other piece of land. And by the way, we question your premise, but I don't think you can do that at any time. And I think that's probably a general view that we also need to keep restating when these things come up, especially when we're asked to buy them.
Thank you,
Am I able to
Desir. I've got a few speakers on the list. I might go to them first. Councillor Gillies, Thompson, Tapanos, and I'm providing with the response, Councillor Hopper.
Just very quickly, in terms of advocacy, you can't even talk today. We really do need to concentrate on lobbying the state government, because the push under the Liberal government, the former Liberal government, was to corporatise Melbourne Water, and they did so very aggressively within the corporation, and even got rid of most of their engineers. There was a lot of things that happened. This is just another step at selling off an asset. But the point is that you only sell it once, and you'll never ever make money again on it. So we need to really be pressuring on behalf of the community, state government, in regard to overseeing the type of corporations or organisations and how they're operating as public utility.
Thank you, Councillor Gillies. Councillor Thompson, Lincoln Thompson.
Yep, thank you. I support this motion before us, and I'd also like to propose a bit of an amendment in point A, the second dot point. It's in the second line, that the land be gifted to the council and include the land be gifted to council or by another...
Retained by the state government, isn't it? Yeah.
Or by another amenable agreement to maintain its public open space. And I just to that, I note that Melbourne Water do have the legislative requirement to actually sell their land at the highest value. So, and I note that there has been other situations where council have worked with other authorities in which to be kind of owners over the occupiers over the land, but not necessarily owners, so that we look after it and maintain it as open space on their behalf. So just noting, if they can't gift it, then we find another alternative to keep it as open space.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Tapanos.
Isn't it disappointing, councillors, that we have to be so strategic and we have to have these negotiations with another level of government around open space? It is disappointing that the state government has that position. It is disappointing that they seek to exploit for development at every opportunity. One of the key state government policy platforms, its planning documentation, whether it's Melbourne at 5 million or 7 million or whatever that's formed into at the moment, talks about creating livable cities. It talks about densities, and we all know we have a growing population, we need densities. But then we need to make sure we have a livable city, we need to make sure we have amenities, we need to make sure we have services. And open space is one area that's not keeping up. So in our arguments in regards to this, we have to be quite clear that to meet the objectives of the state government's planning objectives or planning documents, we need open space. And they need to contribute to the cost. They can't just cost shift it onto council and say you pay for it. I do remember the discussion last year in regards to this, and we felt it was critical that we do purchase and secure straight away that parcel B, because it was critical for access, and we were willing to pay the cost to that. But we weren't willing to do it more generally. But now it is time, and I think it was probably time then, to actually challenge that premise that the CEO spoke about. Perhaps back then, the most critical decision was to secure a parcel and purchase it. But now we need to put on record our position, and that is that we need these to be gifted to council or be maintained. And there are many such parcels held by many such state government departments. VicTrack holds many along the train corridor as well. So it's not all doom and gloom. It's not a losing battle. I'm sure that previous councils were sitting here having these same discussions about Edgar's Creek. And lo and behold, we were told, no, it's going to be redeveloped, rezoned. But Edgar's Creek, that campaign was won, and that was gifted to council and maintained now for open space, and council's spending some money there, doing some wetlands and doing a really great job, and so is the friends of Merri-bek and Edgar's Creek as well. So we need to start winning these battles, and we can only do it by building a strong campaign. And in the lead up to the state election, we need to make sure that we can identify these parcels of land and get them gifted to council as much as possible so we can retain them, because open space is an issue in our municipality.
Thank you, Councillor Tapanos. Councillor Hopper, you should respond, then Councillor
Yeah,
Kavanagh.
thank you. Look, I just wanted to make the clarification, and I appreciate the CEO's giving us further advice around this. The clarification that I wasn't suggesting that council should put itself in the position of having to buy land in order to stop the state government or the owner of that land from turning it into property. I don't mean that, and I do recall, of course, that this particular block of land was priced far out of our ability to purchase it, well into the several millions of dollars, and it was priced at that point because we recognised at the time that the intention was to redevelop the land, and the motion explicitly outlined that Melbourne Water had already applied to have the parcel rezoned to a neighbourhood zone for the purpose of selling it on the public market, and it also noted that parcel A was not required by council as the area is serviced by Fraser Reserve, which is opposite the site across a local road, and measures approximately 11,420 square metres. So the point that I was trying to make was that by making those points in the report, it has perhaps put us on the back foot in terms of now trying to argue that it should still form public open space, and that would have been an opportune moment for us to make the point to the owner and to the state government that we wanted to see this land gifted to council or provided to us through some other means, and that as councillors we all have a responsibility to make sure, including myself, that we are more proactive about things like this in future rather than realising 10 months down the track that it would be a good thing to do.
Thank you, Councillor Hopper. Councillor Kavanagh.
Yes, I want to speak in favour of the motion. I also think that there's a point here that hasn't been raised. Every property owner is levied a Parks Victoria levy every year, currently at $70.62. By my recollection, with 65,000 property owners, even if they're charged a bare minimum, and obviously high property values are charged more, Melbourne Water have received from Moreland residents $4,590,000 and $4,590,300 as a bare minimum. I think one thing that we should add to this motion is, when was the last time that Moreland received anything back from their Parks Victoria levy? Because the Parks Victoria levy is continually used in other areas rather than Moreland Ratepayer. I don't think we've received anything back except what you would expect from any levy. I don't think we've received anything extraordinary. Perhaps this could be the first one.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kavanagh. Are you proposing an additional dot point?
Yep. Proposing an extra point. When was the last time Moreland received any outcomes from the Parks Victoria levy?
So Council received some information about when the last time. We'll just wait for 1 minute till we capture that wording. Councillors, we'll just wait till we capture. Councillors, we're still in formal meeting. Just one minute. Councillors.
Wouldn't it be acceptable?
Councillors, Councillor Kavanagh, can we just hold off for 1 second till we get the wording on the screen? Councillors, we're going to have a break very soon because I can sense that every councillors need a few minutes break. Just one moment. We're going to get the words on the screen before we move further.
What are they, John?
Okay, so I'm going to ask the mover and seconder if they're happy to accept that as part of the substantive motion. Councillor Bolton, are you happy to accept that? I'm happy for that too. So that is now incorporated as part of the substantive item. I have heard from most councillors, so I am going to put it to the vote now. Everyone's had a chance to speak. Councillor Bolton has a right of... Councillor Bolton, do you want to use your right of reply to close the motion? Oh, it has been amended, so you don't have the right of reply. We do need to move forward. We are running out of time, so if I could please...
Just a very brief point. Is one of the things that really alerted me in particular, yes, I should have realised about this when it was debated, whenever it was, but the importance of the community being involved in decision making. The only reason we've rethought about this now is because a neighbour to the reserve saw someone measuring stuff in the reserve and went and tapped him on the shoulder and said, "What are you doing? What's happening?" And that's really how the community found out. Friends of Moonee Ponds Creek was not notified, even though Melbourne Water is meant to be notifying Friends of Moonee Ponds Creek, and the neighbours were not notified. So, you know, this really, what this shows, and actually we had a discussion in question time about this as well, is the importance of the community, because when you live in a place or are very focused on a particular issue, you will always pick up on more points than people who are remote from that issue who are making decisions, and no matter the best will in the world. So I think this is another opportunity, another example of when the community has tried to save us, because if the community had found out even later, or if this motion didn't come to the table now, we'd be it'd be much more difficult battle for the community. So we've got a chance. Yes, we didn't pick up on this when it was first debated, and that's remiss of us, and myself included, but we've got a chance to try and back the community now and hopefully win it, like the people of Sunshine did in Bringbank Council, like the campaign around Edgar's Creek and so forth. So I think it's not too late. Yes, not as early as we'd like, but it's not too late to actually win this and stop public parkland being converted to private.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bolton. I am now going to put the resolution to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. We'll consider one more motion before having a few minutes break. We're going to notice of motion 4816, Coburg Football Integration Development Association. Councillor Kavanagh.
Can I move the recommendation on page 495, which is to make an immediate donation of $2,500 to Coburg Feeder from the Mayor's and Councillor's budget, and 2, to write and inform them of the process for applying community grants in the future. If I've seconded, I'll briefly speak to it.
Councillor Gillies indicated that she wishes to second it.
Just to say that I don't think there's I think there's a really worthy cause. It's Coburg Feeder provides football to people with intellectual disabilities. They've had 5 years they've been playing. They currently they're scheduled to have their main games at City Oval, but City Oval has had issues with its surface this year, and so except for Coburg Tigers, other clubs have been shifted off to other grounds. That's meant that they haven't been able to use the canteen and haven't been able to generate very much money. They would normally have come to us a little bit earlier, but the President has been ill and in hospital, and therefore they weren't in time to apply for a community grant as such. And this will help them to finish off the season at the end of this year and to prepare for next year. I've been to their functions. It is absolutely magnificent to see footballers having delight in playing at a level who would otherwise not have that benefit. And not only do I congratulate the coach and the people involved in the club, but the footballers themselves for the way in which they play their game of football, and this grant would be extremely well received.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Gillies, do you wish to add anything further? No. Any further speakers on this item? In that case, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. Thank you. Councillors, I'm going to propose a 10-minute break, and then we'll return just before 9:10. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We'll now proceed with the officer reports. So we're on to section 10, which is corporate services, DCS 4016 Assembly of Councillors record. Is there a mover for this report? Councillor Rob Thompson. Is there a seconder? Councillor Lenka Thompson. Anybody wish to discuss this? Moves and seconders? No. In that case, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. We've next got DCS 4116, appointment of members to citizen committees. Is there a mover for this item? Councillor Rob Thompson. Is there a seconder? Councillor Yildiz. Councillor Thompson, do you wish to speak to this?
Look, just like to thank all those that have applied for each of the committees. There's a diverse range of committees there, and a diverse range, well, in some would say diverse range of there's residents there, but there seems to be some familiar names, but obviously dedicated Morelandites or Brunswickites or whatever they may be. So look, thank you to those, and I look forward to hearing back from many of those committees as the years progress.
Thank you. Councillor Yildiz, do you wish to add anything? Does anybody wish to speak for or against this item? I'd like to propose an amendment, a slight amendment, we included an additional resolution, a new point 13, the council resolves to update the relevant guidelines governing the appointment of members of the public to citizen committees to introduce a maximum number of committees that an individual can be appointed to in any given year. Is that satisfactory to the mover and seconder? No? Okay. Could I ask for a seconder to the amendment in that case? Councillor Thompson? I'll speak to it very briefly. And the reason is I think it's just an oversight at the moment in terms of our guidelines, and it's about ensuring that there is space for everyone who wants to participate. On a number of these committees, there have been either less numbers of applicants than spaces, or an equal number of applicants as spaces, so there haven't been many issues. But as these committees become more and more popular, and there are committees where we've had more applicants than spaces, I think the representation of those committees should be shared around. And while we don't want to discourage any really enthusiastic members of the community who want to be on multiple committees, I do think it's really good to have a diverse number of voices. So if you've got somebody who's on 6 committees of council, advisory committees to council, I think it's worth us thinking about what the maximum number should be, so we don't, in the unforeseen circumstance, and this is the worst case scenario, but you don't want a few people to take up all the positions. Not that that's happening, but I think it's good to recheck our governance guidelines from time to time, and I think this is just an oversight at the moment, so it's just to improve the governance guidelines around this. Councillor Thompson, do you wish to add anything further?
Yeah, just quickly, that I agree with what Councillor Ratnam has put forward, and just like what we have in terms of setting geographic references to make sure that we get a diversity of residents participating in these advisory committees from across all of Moreland. I think equally it's also with the number of people that come in, and like throughout the term there will be more people coming onto these advisory committees, so I think that they should be able to have that equal opportunity to participate as well. And if it's taken up by a certain enthusiastic member of the community that's on another 5 or 6 other advisory committees, then I think it's a bit of a disadvantage for that new member.
Thank you. And just a point of clarification, councillors, there's no maximum number specified in that motion. It'll come back to us for discussion and debate before we assign any maximum number. Anybody wish to speak against the amendment? Councillor Hopper?
I'm going to speak against the amendment. Initially I was in favour of this, but then I had a little bit of a think about it, and I thought there's no maximum number of committees that councillors can appear upon. And I know this because I currently sit on 5 committees, or possibly 6, I think, including the Brunswick Advisory Group, the Series Board, Moreland Arts Board, more libraries, our awards committee, and a couple of others that crop up from time to time. And I mean, one of the reasons I sit on that many committees is because I'm really interested in all of those areas of policies and I want to be involved in them. But another reason is that not all of the other councillors have the time to commit to all of those committees or to that many committees. And so it's distributing the load, and I think that applies equally to the community. And in fact, I look at the list of some of the people who have put their hands up for citizen committees here, and a little bird tells me that 1 or 2 of them will be running for council in a couple of months' time, and if in fact they are successful in getting elected to council, then they'll be able to sit on as many of these committees as they would like to. And so I don't think it's fair to limit the number of committees that they're able to sit on as residents, but then enable them to get elected to council and sit on as many committees as they like.
Thank you, Councillor Hopper. Anybody else wishes to speak for or against the amendment? Okay, in that case, I'll put the amendment to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? All right, declare that lost. We'll come back to the substantive item. Is there any further debate on the substantive item? Okay, in that case, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. Thank you, councillors. We now move on to DCS 4216, contract for retail electricity.
Oh, what? You want the amendment?
Yes.
Okay.
Councillor Rob
I
Thompson.
move the motion as presented there, but I will add an extra dot point if I can. The one that was just circulated to me a moment ago, the one that's been circulated to everybody?
There's 2. There's one being circulated and there's an additional one, I believe.
Yeah.
Yes, I'd like to put both those points forward.
We're going to get them on the screen. Do you want to have some time before we come back to this item, councillors?
Maybe just one. Yeah.
Proceed. Late.
To the next one.
Lay it on the table.
Yep. Is there a procedural motion? Councillor Thompson? Councillor Thompson? Is there a procedural motion? Councillor Lenker-Thompson? Procedural motion?
Procedural motion to lay it on the table.
Okay. I'm going to put that to the vote. I'm asking for a bit more time. All those in favour of laying this motion on the table? All those against? I declare that carried. So that's laid on the table. We'll get back to that item later on in the agenda. Move on to DCS 4316, proposed discontinuance and sale of right-of-way adjoining 10 Davies Street. Is there a mover? Councillor Rob Thompson.
Happy to
Yep,
move.
move the item as read. And is there a seconder?
I'll have that second.
Councillor Yildiz. Councillor Thompson?
Was there an amendment to be attached to this in relation to Bluestone?
I think that was resolved.
That was resolved?
I understand.
Yes?
Regarding the surface of that laneway. Does Director of Corporate Services wish to add?
We are checking that laneway as to whether it actually has bluestones.
Right.
But we've undertaken that we would engage with the developer and seek to have those bluestones.
So we do not need to put that amendment in there? We're comfortable with that?
Yeah.
Okay, then I'll.
Okay, so it's the original motion.
Yep. Look, this is quite a difficult little piece of laneway. I know that particular members of the audience here are very much anti-selling our public open space or any of our assets. This is a trying little corner that is beyond use, and I feel that it's a necessary one to dispose of. So I was thinking of you whilst I was looking at it.
Councillor Yildiz, do you wish to add anything further? Okay. Any further debate on this item? In that case, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried.
Can my vote be recorded?
Did you vote against?
Yes.
So Councillor Bolton wished for her vote to be recorded as against the motion. We'll move to DCS 4416, Print and Design Services Tender. Councillor Rob Thompson wishes to move that as read. Is there a seconder? Councillor Yildiz. Do either of you wish to speak to the item? No? Any further debate? No? In that case, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. Move to DCS 4516, Managed Network Infrastructure and Services Contract. Councillor Rob Thompson is on a roll. Is there a seconder? Councillor Hopper. Do you wish to speak to this?
Look, I'll speak briefly to it. It's purely going through the process of bringing it to council for approval, but it is obviously a substantial dollar amount. We've looked through the documentation and certainly gone through the attachments that assist us in making this decision, and obviously taking council officer's recommendation. But as you can see, the figure over many years is rather large, so I wouldn't want to stand up here and just whack my hand in the air and don't think that we haven't read through it. Intricate detail.
Councillor Hopper, do you wish to add anything further? Any further debate on this item? No, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. Now moving on to City Infrastructure, DCI 3916, Moreland Place Strategy Draft 2016 to 2020. Councillor Rob Thompson and Councillor Kavanagh is seconding it. Councillor Thompson.
Look, I'll get the wording right because of the naming of it, but the Moreland Place Strategy Draft 2016-2020, I was involved in some of the initial consultation with representatives of the community, which was quite an enlightening and enjoyable get-together with some pretty smart cookies from across the city of Moreland, and I mean that as sincerely. It was really enjoyable. More so, in fact, engaging with the officers who were actually putting it all together too. It was quite clever, and you can see some of the results already rolling out across the city as we speak. So I commend the strategy and look forward to seeing this being put into place over the next 6 years.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Kavanagh.
Good. I'm glad I've seconded, so I can give credit to Councillor Thompson for the work that he's done on that committee. He's been a driving force of that committee, and this is for community consultation, so it is important. We do like to hear back on these things from the community, so if anyone's watching either in the public gallery or at home, it is one that obviously concerns many people. It's one of the most obvious of the council facilities we provide, particularly if you do have young children. And so I encourage you to let us know what you think of the draft policy. And Councillor Thompson, you obviously spend a lot of time around smart cookies, including every second Wednesday at about 7 p.m. Second Wednesday of the month, I should say.
Does anybody else wish to speak to this
Just
item?
briefly, this is a really good report and policy, and I'm really looking forward to the community's views on it. There is a priority list as well that's attached there, so it'd be great to see whether the community agrees, whether we have that priority list correct. But I just wanted to say that I'm really starting to notice a big difference in our play equipment in parks in particular, and the community is really starting to appreciate the work and the council does, and the thought that goes behind not just the selection of the equipment, but its proximity to certain things and its location. And it's been a vast improvement from previous years. And there's been quite diversity of different types of playground equipment. And I know that a lot of young children in our municipality are really enjoying playing on that. And it's a lot better than the standard, equipment that we used to install. We're now putting a lot more thought, a lot more innovation, and getting different styles of play in different parks, and I know that's appreciated, so well done.
Thank you, Councillor Tapanos. I do have a couple of amendments which were circulated, which you've got a copy of. I will read them out and see if they're amenable to the mover and seconder. And they are to add a new point 2, that Council notes that Berkeley Street Park play equipment was replaced in 2010. However, the seats, drinking fountain and garden beds will be improved this financial year, and resolves to include upgrades for Balfour Park Playground as part of the Play Renewals Capital Program. And add a new point 3, that an editorial change be made to indicate that the Moreland Play Strategy will replace the Playground Strategy 2008 to 18, and that other minor editorial changes be made as required and relevant forwards be included. And I'm going to have Councillor Bolton which is second that. Accept that, and Councillor Kavanagh is happy to second those. Thank you very much. If I may speak briefly for the substantive motion with the amendments and speak to those amendments as well. Firstly, I also would like to commend the work of Councillor Rob Thompson, who has been a driving force for this work ever since he started on council, and we're starting to see the yield of such fantastic work, and also commend the team, Grant and your team, for some incredible work, and as we've all been remarking, we're able to see the visible demonstration of that success all around, and getting great feedback from the community about how that new playground equipment and the thinking that's gone behind it, how that's really having a great impact, and people are saying they're noticing that people are using that open space more, not just the playground, but the open space surrounding it, because that playground has become much more accessible and attractive to young people and older people alike as well. So it's really commendable work, and really congratulate the team for that. These additional 2 resolutions, and this is noting going for consultation, so I'd be keen to see what the public say. I've had some feedback around the Berkeley Street Park that's getting a lot of development activity around it, and it's looking a bit tired. There is some work that's being done this year, which is really fantastic. But the Balfour Park, similarly, we've had feedback about that area needing a bit of an upgrade, and it's a broader issue about the sporting grounds as well. But I would like to refer it to the capital program. It hasn't put a date there, so it could be in the longer term, but I would like to get some feedback around that if that's what the community wishes for as well. Thank you. Any further comment for or against the motion? No? In that case, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. We now move on to DCI 4016, Moreland Road, Brunswick West, Pascoe Vale South, pedestrian operated signals. Councillor Kavanagh, you wish to move this?
Alternative recommendation.
Yes.
The point 1, 2 and 3, which are the 3 points that stay as they are, and to add an additional point 4, for council to advocate for a change in the current Vic Roads warrant system, in that having to meet both the pedestrian and the vehicle warrants is in many instances illogical. And I'll have a seconder, I'll speak to it.
So is there a seconder? Councillor Yildiz. Councillor Kavanagh, you should speak to it.
Okay. First of all, thank you to the officers for following up on this. It stems from a petition that was put to council a number of months ago from some very concerned residents in both Pascoe Vale South and in Brunswick West. And it's an area that I'm very familiar with because my late in-laws used to live on Moreland Road, between those streets in Moreland Road. And so for many years, I have thought that that was an area, it's a very long stretch from Coonans Road to Melville Road without any pedestrian crossing or any pedestrian traffic lights. So one of the things is, because it's a Vic Roads road, it has to meet certain warrants, okay? And the warrants are currently that there must be at least 500 vehicle movements in an hour and 100 pedestrian crossings in the hour, right? So when I did the survey for here, it reached the vehicle movements very easily, 1,278. but it actually only had 4 pedestrian crossings. But obviously it only has 4. It's such a dangerous spot. People will not try and cross. I wish they wrote down the names of the 4 people, because I reckon they're probably Usain Bolt, Asafa Powell, Johan Blake, and Adrian Powell, who happen to be the 4x100 metres Jamaican 100 metres team that are entering the Olympics. Because seriously, I know that's a bit of, but seriously, there is no way that people, any person, would try to cross at that point, particularly children, right? You know, you'd have a parent up for negligence for allowing their child to cross there. So, because there are only 4 crossings, because it's such a dangerous intersection, Vic Roads will say we haven't met the warrants. But, you know, it's the old thing. If you build it, they will come. If you build the pedestrian lights, I'm sure it will meet the warrants. But currently, no one is going to attempt to use it. So in my view, the warrants are in many cases completely illogical. And they're stopping facilities being built on Vic Roads to assist with pedestrian traffic.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Well spoken. Councillor Yildiz.
Can I just make a comment? I actually went out there with Lee Dowler and met with the residents, and much needed. Can I just acknowledge, Grant, you and Lee? I know Lee's been pushing this. It's certainly a dangerous portion of the road, and I think this was, it's been long term coming, so this is good.
Thank you, Councillor Yildiz. Are there any further comments? Councillor Bolton.
I totally agree with everything Councillor Kavanagh said about this stretch of road. I actually think, given the motion will be in the public domain, so it's not just going to people in Vic Roads, I think it'd be good to make that dot point you're adding a little bit more explanatory.
Okay, yep.
So I would suggest that having to meet both the pedestrian vehicle warrants is problematic.
Okay.
Because high volumes of fast-moving traffic prevent pedestrians from crossing at this point.
I'm very happy with that.
Area, in this stretch or something along those lines.
I think that's well said.
And that's a really good point, because if you look at the distance between Melville Road and down, because you're coming, a lot of the cars are coming down along Moreland Road, and they're coming down quite fast. I did Taekwondo at horse for 12 years, so we had to walk literally all the way up to Melville Road, cross back, and then a lot of kids are running around in their Taekwondo uniforms, even now, going all the way up to cross. So,
you happy with that amendment?
How many cars did you say cross that road?
In 1 hour, 1,278.
I can't believe we waited.
So you're happy with the motion being amended? So that's
amendment.
amenable to the mover and
Absolutely.
seconder. Thank you. Councillor Bolton, did you finish what you had to say about that item? Excellent. Is there any further debate on this item? Councillor Hopper.
I'd like to speak in favour and note the excellent work and advocacy that's been done by parents of students who attend Brunswick Northwest Primary School in relation to this matter. Like many of the councillors around this table, including Councillor Kavanagh, and Councillor Yildiz, I was invited by the parents at that school to visit them and to hear firsthand about some of the concerns that they wish to raise. And I know that so many of the students there also attend kindergartens at the northern part of Moreland Road, or go to high school further to the north. And so crossing that road is a day-to-day requirement for them. So it's really great to see that advocacy that has taken place as a result of parents in the community coming to us has led to a point that council is able to undertake further advocacy on their behalf.
Thank you, Councillor Hopper. Any further speakers for or against this item? In that case, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried.
Could I ask that DCS 4216 be taken off the table, lifted from the table?
Certainly. So we're going to proceed. We're going to vote on that. So I'd like all those in favour of lifting that item off the table? All those against? I declare that carried. Is there an amended resolution? Yes, Councillor Thompson.
DCS 4216, as written, but with further points that have been circulated and should be sitting on the board shortly. You'll have it on your email if you have it.
We'll just give everyone 10 seconds to look that up, Councillor Thompson. We'll just wait for the resolution. Has everyone seen the resolution? Has everyone got it through email? We might wait for it to be on the screen.
Sorry, I
That's
didn't
okay.
realise it's not able to be cut and pasted from.
No problem.
Sorry.
Okay, we
So that
can't lay that on the table.
All right. Well, that's the end of it, though. Isn't it? Oh no. Oh, that whole thing has to be.
Okay, now the procedural motion. Procedural motion to lay that back on the table. All those in favour?
Yeah.
All those against? I declare that carried. That's laid on the table once again. We'll come back to it. We'll go to. Yes, of course. That's fine. That's fine. We'll move forward. So we've got DCI 4116 cycling Narra Avenue, Coburg North. Is there a move for this item? Councillor Bolton.
I'm happy to say.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Yildiz. Councillor Bolton, do you wish to speak to this?
Just to say, it's great that finally some signs have gone in. I think they went in a little while ago, and I think residents will be very happy with the road humps, both residents as well as cyclists in the area, and it's good that there's a mention of the need to make further improvements in this area.
Thank you,
So
Councillor
I think
Bolton.
people will be happy.
Councillor Yildiz, do you wish to add anything
No,
further?
that's fine.
Okay, any further speakers for or against this item? No, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Next got DCI 42 Parking and Traffic Management Breeze Street. Councillor Hopper.
I'd like to move with an additional point 4 to note that council will undertake further promotion of its online vehicle crash reporting system. And if I have a seconder, I'll speak briefly.
Certainly, and Councillor Bolton wishes to speak to that. We just got the amendment written up.
Yes, sorry, I didn't.
No problem. Are those the correct words, Councillor Hopper?
To note the council will undertake further promotion of its online vehicle crash reporting system. I'll send it through.
Happy to second.
Beautiful. Councillor Hopper, you should speak to this.
Yes, thank you. So this was as a result of a notice of motion that I tabled last year, I believe, after receiving communications from constituents who had indicated that their cars, whilst parked on Breeze Street, had been involved in numerous accidents, fortunately not while they were in the vehicle, but when they had parked the vehicle overnight in order to then go into their home and sleep. And people had been driving in either direction down Breeze Street and butted their car on the way through and not left any note, and therefore the damage had been left to their car without any recourse for them to be able to seek. Breeze Street is currently a two-way street. Obviously, we know that Breeze Street is undergoing significant development. It is one of the hubs of development activity within that part of Brunswick. And as that growth continues, we will start to see more and more people using those parking spaces, but also more and more people travelling down Breeze Street to access their local streets. Breeze Street is also being used to rat run by people who want to avoid Sydney Road. So there are a number of factors involved there. This report does identify that we will need to take a dynamic approach to reviewing parking and traffic in the next 3 years in particular as those developments start to come to a head. And the report also does note what I've added to the recommendation, which is that council does have an online crash reporting system. Currently, the only reports that we receive from Vic Roads that feed into reports such as this are around injuries and fatalities in car vehicle accidents. They are not around accidents where the car has been damaged but nobody has been injured or killed as a result of that accident. So we're considering, you know, the later stages of what's acceptable in terms of traffic behaviour, and we're not, from Vic Road statistics, able to consider the earlier stages when there's bumps and bingles and people bumping into your car, but fortunately nobody's getting hurt. To enable us to have that data, council has set up an online crash reporting system where residents can go online and let us know that your car has been involved in an accident but nobody has been injured. And that feeds into our ability to measure things like whether we should change parking and traffic arrangements on Breeze Street. So I really do want to encourage residents to make sure that you are using that tool, because that information will assist us as councillors and our council officers to contribute to good decision making around traffic and parking in built up areas such as Brunswick, and we will be undertaking further steps to better publicise that tool through our networks as well.
Thank you, Councillor Hopper. Councillor Bolton, do you wish to add anything further?
No, I think
Is there any further debate on this item? In that case, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? All those against, I declare that carried. We now move to DCI 4316, Drainage Upgrade Rayburn Reserve. Councillor Yildiz wishes to move this as
Yes,
read.
please.
Yes.
Yep.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Yildiz, do you wish to speak to this?
Look, this has been, I think, the Social Development Director and the staff know the complaints that have been coming from grounds, in particular from Rayburn Reserve, and it's got a lot to do with obviously the rain. But can I just make a comment? It does say here that we've got 56 grounds and we've got high-level drainage, and it does mention it in Desheen, but we've actually got some serious issues wrong with the Desheen as well. But the fact that we can move this to 2019-20, I'm hoping the next council will also continue supporting this, because this ground is in pretty bad condition. They're probably one of a handful of clubs that actually has a really good female side. And we have funded, and they do also contribute a fair bit of money, but this ground is really overdue for drainage. It wasn't even in the capital works budget, but the fact that we're moving it is a good thing, and I'm sure the club will be pretty happy.
Thank you, Councillor Yildiz. Councillor Kavanagh, do you wish to add anything? Is there any further debate on this item? No, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. Got DCI 4416, Blue Orbital Smart Bus Electric Bus Advocacy. Councillor Lenka Thompson's on your feet.
Thank you. I'd like to move the recommendations on page 128.
Great. Is there a seconder? Councillor Tapanos. Councillor Thompson.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to, first of all, thank the transport team for putting this report together and providing an advocacy way forward in terms of taking this proposal to the Minister of Public Transport. This has come out of some new thinking about how we can sort of integrate our bus transport and also move into a new kind of industry of producing electric buses and utilising some of the technology that's out there and really testing how useful it could be. And we've got one particular smart bus route, the Blue Orbital one, which runs around the Port Phillip Bay, around the inner Port Phillip Bay, that touches 6 councils. We wrote to those councils and 4 have come back with positive feedback to come and meet with Moreland City Council to help with the advocacy around this, and also that the PTUA has also been a strong advocate for this, and also that the Bus Association, though a bit more tempered in their support, they're still willing to come to the table and sort of review anything that we might have in terms of seeing a new form of transport, low energy, low carbon emissions transport on our roads. So I think it's a very positive way forward, and commend this to the council.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Tapanos.
Thank you. I also commend this to the council. It was really just disappointing in 2008 when the state government decided to drop the Blue Orbit bus from its transport plan. You hear a lot about congestion in traffic, particularly going east-west. And yet this is a solution that would alleviate some of that congestion, linking Sandringham to Williamstown, going along Brunswick Road, I believe. It's unfortunate that that was dropped, and I think that we need to do everything in our power as a council to keep up the advocacy campaign, and where we could use new and innovative ways or seek trials, particularly having an electric fleet. I think it's a prime opportunity to actually merge those two objectives together and see whether we could actually get the bus going, because I know it will be heavily utilised. You just see the densities around those inner city municipalities, not just ours, that it would link and go through. So it's very much a necessity into the future for Victoria's transport needs. So I commend it to the council.
Thank you, Councillor Tapanos. Is there any further comment on this item? Councillor Kavanagh.
Just to say I commend Councillor Thompson on this motion, because I think the smart bus, the 903, is absolutely magnificent. I think, I use it many occasions, and it's an incredibly good service too, right till midnight. So I was also disappointed at the time that the Blue Orbital bus was removed from their transport plan, and I think anything we can do to advocate for it is a good thing.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Any further comment? In that case, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. We're moving to DCI 4516, which is traffic and parking concerns from Melville Road. I'd like to move I can't move a procedural motion to defer it. There might be another councillor who wishes to. Anyway, I can't move a procedural motion from the chair.
I'll move
Okay.
it deferred.
Councillor Tapanos wishes to defer this item. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried.
With the chair's leave, can I ask why it was deferred?
Certainly. you may recall, I believe you might have been in the Urban Planning Committee when this report was asked for in terms of some further investigation, given some development activity. I've been in contact with the residents today and they want to have some feedback around it, and some are saying that they weren't consulted or they want a bit more of a chance to discuss it with us. So I'd just like the opportunity just to hear their concerns, given that we're about to pass a resolution.
Indeed.
All right, we're moving to DCI 4616, the contract 498 road reconstruction, Bolingbrook Street in Pascoe Vale. Is there a mover for this item? Councillor Rob Thompson. Is there a seconder? Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Thompson, wish to speak to it?
Again, we'll be unable to see some of the feed or the backstory to this, members of the gallery and others. There's obviously some information behind this. And again, we've had the opportunity as councillors to go through that with some detail and the scoring system and so forth, and it's quite a robust methodology that's used here at council. So I'm happy to support this and commend it to council.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Kavanagh?
I'm just very pleased to see Bolingbrook Street being reconstructed. It's one that's certainly been in need for a long time. A friend of mine used to live on that street, so I remember travelling along it even 10 years ago. It was in pretty poor condition, so I'm very pleased to see it's come up.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Is there any further debate on this item? In that case, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. Thank you, councillors. We're now moving on to social development. I just need to bring this up 1 second. All right, so we're moving on to DSD 2016, Creating an Equitable and Safe Community Strategy 2016 to 2020. I've got some amendments as well. Yes, Councillor Hopper?
I'd like to move the report with some amendments that have been provided by the Mayor, that Council resolve to, 1, rename the strategy to Preventing Family Violence Strategy 2016 to 2020, and 2, include a definition of violence against women in the strategy.
Thank you, and I'm happy to second that, if that's okay with councillors. Councillor Hopper, you should speak to that.
Thank you. So this strategy is an excellent overview of all of the leadership and work that Council is doing in the area of family violence and violence against women. It, of course, partners and works alongside initiatives such as the Royal Commission into Family Violence, which has recently taken place at a state level. As a council, we have been an acknowledged leader in this space, contributing to the Royal Commission into Family Violence, and in particular leading the charge around changes to the Infringements Act as part of that process. And it's wonderful to see local government really recognised within the Royal Commission into Family Violence, and our role intensified and expanded. But of course, that also means that as local governments, we need to continue to grow and support our resources in this field. And this report provides a really robust contribution to that discussion, and is the contribution of all of the work that our officers have done alongside the many organisations that work tirelessly within our community to respond to the scourge of family violence and violence against women. This report is strengthened all the more by the contribution that has been made since we originally received it by organisations within the community as part of a broader consultation that took place, and I'd like to thank those organisations that did contribute to that consultation. Thank you for making this an even more robust document, and for making excellent points around its title and around the definitions in the strategy, which are amongst the amendments that Councillor Ratnam has put forward this evening. So again, just really emphasising that Moreland Council is a leader in this space. We're one of very few councils to have a report such as this, and to have that form part of our strategy and part of our guidelines for how we look after the women of our city and the families of our city.
Thank you, Councillor Hopper. And I too concur with all that has been said about this really fantastic piece of work, and I commend all the staff that have been involved. We've got such a committed and dedicated group of staff who have spearheaded so much of this work for many years. And we work in partnership, in very strong partnership, in close partnership with a number of community organisations, as is evidenced by the submissions that we received as well to the to the draft strategy. And I get lots of feedback from those partners commending our work and our leadership in this space. We have gone through a journey in this council in thinking about how best we protect the community safety of Moreland. And there are a number of things that we've been doing. And there have been a number of things that we've been doing in this front even prior to a formal strategic framework like this, whether it's sporting equity to increase the number of women participating in sport and girls participating in sport, whether it's the early years work, which has been incredible service work that we've done for years, but all that type of work in empowering parents and fathers and mums to tackle issues of gender inequity, which gives rise to, as the theory suggests and the research is suggesting, greater levels of family violence. One of the very sad things to read in strategies like this is about the problem that we're trying to resolve, and I think it was saying a 50% increase in the number of family violence reports over the last few years. And one of the reasons we're seeing that is because more people feel able to report. So it's a good thing to see that more people are able to report, but it's unearthing the extent of this epidemic and incredible social issue that faces our times, as we've seen a Royal Commission being called into it as well. I really commend Council's courage to really address the root causes, which isn't always easy in terms of policy work, but this strategy is talking about equity, gender equity being at the core of our response to family violence. And it was interesting in the report as well, and again, a sad fact to see the number of children who are exposed to family violence. So we're talking about intergenerational transmission of family violence as well. So it's a courageous and fantastic piece of work, and I really look forward to the implementation of it to grow what Council has been doing already, very fantastic work, to grow it and strengthen it even further. So thanks to everyone involved. Are there any further speakers for this item? Councillor Tapanos and Councillor Bolton.
Fantastic work by everyone involved. I just wanted to mention there is a whole range of policy work that needs to occur and is occurring, and it's part of this framework. But I wanted to mention just one specific one where Moreland was a leader, and that was in the EBA, putting a clause in there about family violence. And we were accredited by White Ribbon as one of the first councils to do that, and now it's been taken on board, and I know the ASU is insisting on it being installed as clauses during all the EBA negotiations, and it's really been considered by a whole range of other employers. So once more, it's a case of Moreland leading the way on a very, very important issue, and I think it just needs to be said. It's something small in the scheme of things in the whole policy, but so critically important that we are leading the way, but we're doing it with actions as well, and making sure that we're addressing these issues within our employment policies.
Thank you, Councillor Tapanos. Councillor Bolton.
Oh, yes, I very much appreciate the amendment to put a definition of violence against women in the strategy. I think that's really, really important. And also, I think there has been quite a bit of work done on this over a few years now, especially in there was a strategy prior to the tragic murder of Jill Maher, but I think there's been some strengthening of the strategy since then. And there has been a lot of discussion in the public domain about violence against women, but I think when you see things like a little media article I saw about a pub that's in Moreland, this doesn't relate to family violence, but it relates to anti-women violence, where it was advertising a party which was a thinly veiled invitation to rape women in the title of the party. And, what that shows is while there's been there's an impression that things have really changed, there's still a lot of really vile and violent anti-woman sexist attitudes out there. And all of those sort of public demonstrations feed into family violence. So I think, we've got to keep pushing this, and especially any of the practical steps to assist families or women experiencing family violence.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Any further speakers? No, in that case.
Close, because I just wanted to add an additional point since the debate's continued, and I apologise for not including this in my original speech, but it is so important that councils like Moreland and that state governments like the Victorian state government are leaders in this space, and we really need to push that leadership and really vocalise how critical it is that governments show leadership in this space, because even though the federal government in particular pays lip service to being feminists and caring about family violence, we've seen only in very recent years significant cuts to community legal centres, which are at the front line of representing women who are fleeing family violence situations and their children. And we've seen cuts as well to, sorry, I'm just trying to find, Malcolm Turnbull and his government overturning domestic violence leave within the contracts of public service workers. And Councillor Tapanos noted that we were amongst the first councils to implement family violence leave within our workplace provisions, and that has seen other councils across Victoria start to implement that within their workplace provisions. And it's really gutting to see at a federal level that public servants can't have access to the same high quality of leave provisions to ensure that they are able to take the time they need to respond to what is a terrible situation within their personal lives, in which they may not often feel comfortable disclosing to their colleagues. So these are just two examples of really disgraceful cuts that have taken place at a federal level. And so as a local government within a state that is doing excellent work in this field, we need to continue to make our voice loud and clear on how important it is that all of our governments are doing their job in helping to respond to the scourge of family and domestic violence.
Thank you, Councillor Hopper. I'll now put that to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. We now move to DSD 2116, Municipal Public Health and Wellbeing Plan. Councillor?
I'd like to move that this be deferred.
Sure, I'll put that. Yep, so it's a procedural motion to defer this item. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. We move to DSD 2216, Friends of LAU Strategy and Action Plan. I'm happy to move this if there's another councillor burning with desire to. You second it? Okay. Just speak to it briefly. So I'll just take the motion as read, which endorses the strategy plan and renews our friendship agreement. It's been a great privilege to be the chair of the Friends of LAU Advisory Committee this year, alongside the Mayor of Hume Council as well. That's rotated over the years. There's some incredible work that happens through that committee and very direct work in supporting the LAU district. Recently, we've had a delegation from LAU come and visit our two councils, learning about how our councils work and taking those learnings directly back to apply in their municipalities. We've had a fantastic entertainment comedy night to raise funds for LAU just a few weeks ago. And through that, you can see the demonstration of a community that's learning more, and that's the community in Moreland learning more and more about East Timor, and through the sister city relationship, understanding just how valuable this work is. It's a small contribution that we make, and I know there's contest over friendship city relationships, but this is such an exemplar. I know a number of other councils also are in friendship relationships with different districts in East Timor, and the product and the results have been really fantastic, and it's been a real privilege to get to know some of those achievements at even more depth, and I commend the officers for all their work and dedication, and they work a lot more than what they are recruited to do because of the passion for this work. So I just want to commend this report. Councillor Tapanos, do you wish to add anything further?
Yeah, look, just briefly, this resolution will be extending our relationship until 2020, a relationship that began before East Timor even became a sovereign country, on the then visits by Shanana Guzmal to Melbourne. And we've been there the whole journey, and we've done some great work in LAU, and not just in LAU, but through their governments and cooperation and government to government and government to Moreland contacts, we've been able to contribute information and support and advice. And now it's the most critical time when they're going through a process of decentralisation and the establishment and creation of local governments. It is critical, I think, that we keep up that relationship and we share our experiences and our values about democratic local government and local democracy with this nation. Well, I would say a new nation, but one that's still developing its processes, and I think we have a lot of value there. So this relationship has moved away from providing material aid to now being a relationship which is about information sharing. And we've got a lot to give, but also we've got a lot to learn as well. And may I say, there are some elements of their administration that will put ours to shame. So in that respect, it's very much mutually beneficial.
Thank you, Councillor Tapanos. Is there any further councillor that wishes to speak to this item? No, in that case, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. We're just edging on 10 o'clock, so could I have a motion to extend the meeting by half an hour? Councillor Kavanagh, is there a seconder? Councillor Thompson, all those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. We're moving on to DSD 2316, Mechanics Institute Service Agreement. Councillor Hopper, is there a seconder to this item? Councillor Tapanos. Councillor Hopper, you wish to speak to this?
I'll speak very briefly. A couple of years ago, when it was our first year on council, we had very heated debates about what the future of the Mechanics Institute would be. At the time, we were managing the Mechanics Institute in-house, and it was functioning well, but it was functioning to an extent as something of a community hall, and council decided to take it in a different direction and have it perform as a proper arts venue with a curated program for the year, which specifically promoted and aimed at attracting external arts providers who are leaders in their field. And we've really based our practice on leaders like La Mama and other community arts centres that run curated programs. And we've seen over the years since we made that decision that the Mechanics Institute has just gone from strength to strength. It's really consistently outperforming what it used to demonstrate, and the audience numbers are showing that as well, and the quality of programming that we see there is a really wonderful thing. And it's great to see that councillors as well have come across the line over the last few years, and I think we can now all agree that this has been a really positive thing for the Mechanics Institute and that we are providing really high quality performing arts offering here in Moreland.
Thank you, Councillor Hopper. Councillor Tapanos?
Briefly, it's been great, it's been positive, and it's only the beginning really. As community and other artists find out about the Mechanics Institute, they would want to be even more and more engaged. So I feel that it is really going from strength to strength, and there's so much more potential that I'm sure will be realised next time this comes up for renewal to council, and I look forward to actually seeing exactly how it's been able to assist our community and make sure that the feedback from our community has been quite strong. And I also like to note there's been quite a diversity of shows and performances there, particularly over the recent year. So I'd like to congratulate Metanoia Theatre for that, because I think they're now really starting to cater for the diverse community that we have in Brunswick and Moreland.
Thank you, Councillor Tapanos. Any further comment on that item? So I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. We now move on to DD 6316, Amendment C161 to the Moreland Planning Scheme 395 to 49 Albert Street. Councillor Rob Thompson.
Happy to move that as presented on page 253.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Is there a seconder to this item? Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Thompson, do you wish to speak to it?
Look, I'd like to speak on a number of issues here. This has been run along the lines of our Miles discussions, and this is one of the positive outcomes from that, in that we've identified a large portion of Moreland where we feel that change is necessary, and it's been driven both by the property owners in this particular location, which is a diverse group, so it's not developers per se, but certainly owners of individual properties that have got together and driven this, and also driven by Kirsten Costner's team, in Sue and Liz, who have done a really great job, which sort of resonates with the fact that there was so little pushback from residents in the area. I've been reasonably supportive of this, mostly because it's an industrial zone that you just cannot get trucks and transport into through the city of Brunswick. So this change, and I can see the vision in the distant future of commercial properties or at a ground level and residential above it, overlooking some of the beautiful parklands that we've got in Brunswick. In fact, you could sit up at the fourth floor of some of these places and look down towards the city. So I hope that vision transcends to exactly what it ends up being, and I commend this to council and look forward to it going to panel to be discussed further.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Kavanagh, do you wish to add anything further? Is there any further debate on this item? No? In that case, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. Moving on to DD 6416, Economic Development Strategy, 2016 to 21. Councillor Tapanos wishes to move that, and Councillor Kavanagh wishes to second it. Councillor Tapanos. No problem.
So I guess this is the next step to the economic development strategy, a strategy that is now sort of probably really starting to show the outcomes for the community. And I know that wherever I go and speak to shop owners or businesses in Moreland, they are always complimentary of our staff and the economic development team and all of the work they do, whether it ranges from networking to promotion to actually assistance and training, and it is really, really valued. So it's great to see that that is really taking place, and we are providing the service to traders and businesses and enable them to grow and expand. And through doing that work, actually creating more jobs and local jobs. And that is the point of this strategy, and it is working councillors. So the investment that we are putting in is actually being multiplied in the community by job creation, by local economies that are being strengthened. So I endorse this strategy 2016 to 2021, and I look forward to the positive outcomes that I'm sure will come from it in the future.
Thank you. Councillor Kavanagh, wish to add something?
Just briefly, on many occasions I say, oh, you know, when I was first elected to council, we were doing this. We weren't doing this. We weren't. When I was I remember the councillor weekend where this was pushed, and it was 2006. Up until that, we were spending nothing on economic development. We had no department, no resources, nothing. Right? And it came out of a few traders' meetings that we have had, and yeah, so basically this excellent strategy, which you know, brings, if you like, almost brings home all the work of the last 8 or 9 years, and it sets out what we want to do for the next 5. But this is something that both the previous council and this one can say. That's something that we did, because really, until that point, there was nothing happening.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kavanagh. Does anybody wish to add anything further? Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. I'd like to congratulate the team that have put this together, and also the work that they do for the businesses around Moreland. So I've been to a couple of the events, like the business networking event, and it's always well attended. And it just to bring the businesses together and network with each other, and also with the councillors and council officers. I think it's a great team that we have. So yeah, looking forward to seeing how this strategy unfolds, and just with some of the snapshots of Moreland's economy, like we do have some space or some growth and some challenges and some opportunities, I guess. So just noting that potentially our unemployment rate was at 7.2% in September last year, and that there's that's over the Greater Melbourne. So there are areas in which, you know, this strategy is very necessary. So to note that it only sort of started in 2006 is quite surprising, but or 2009. But it's good to see that it's here, and congratulate the team for their.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. If I may add a very few words as well, just to commend the strategy, all the excellent work that's gone into it. And it's another area of council that you visibly see the improvements that have occurred in that space. And I think we can all testify to the fact of meeting different businesses and traders and being to some of the business networking events. We've had such incredible feedback from those employers and businesses talking about the community that council is building, that economic community and business community that council is building. And I think through this as well, which is often not spoken about, is by learning about someone's business, and often it's a small business, you're also learning about their livelihood and their story and their life. And that's bringing their story into the Moreland community. And we have so many examples where we're showcasing those incredible stories of determination and great success right here in Moreland, and they're taking their successes out into the broader state and into the country as well. So it's wonderful to see this work, really strong partnership effort, and just commend the team for an incredible amount of work. So I might put that to the vote now. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. Thanks, councillors. We're moving to DED 6516 Dawson Street Improvement Tender. Councillor Rob Thompson is on his feet.
Happy to move this as the recommendation presented on page 336.
Fantastic. Is there a seconder? Councillor Tapanos? Councillor Thompson.
This is a project that for the last 4 years we have shuffled down the page, much to the disgust of probably the Southern Ward councillors, but and possibly officers as well. Having spent considerable amounts of money on the Brunswick bars and the library and the precinct in the area, as a council group we probably felt that we didn't really need to throw more money into this particular area, but in saying that, this does tie that all together very nicely. And this is stage one of the two-stage development, or the final stage of the two-stage development? Stage two. So again, I have undertaken to look at the financials and the rating system at the back end here, and you can see that they're consistent companies that continue to throw their hat in the ring with tenders that we're presenting, and so I commend Evergreen to you and look forward to seeing this project get off the ground.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Tapanos?
Yes, no, I was very disappointed a few years ago during budget time, but lo and behold, when you wait, local government does get to things in time. So it's great to see that this project is now being implemented and we're tendering stage two. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe coming in significantly under the budgeted figure as well. So that's really good to see. And I know that people quite often say, nothing's happened with Sydney Road for so many years, there's not much going on. It looks the same as it did, 20 years ago. So this will change that perception on a very, very prominent corner of Sydney Road and Dawson Street, where our town hall is located. It would change the perception people have, it would increase the amenity, it would add to the beautification of the area, and that's a really positive thing. And I think people's perception about the whole trading strip in that precinct will also change because of this investment. But I just wanted to say this is a good start, but what should be part of a long-term sort of rolling project for other prominent areas on Sydney Road. And I know Coburg is being done concurrently as well, but there are so many very, very prominent corners that do deserve to have better paving and improvements in those areas. So I look forward to this being a bit of a continuing project for economic development, but I also seek that it probably incorporates some other areas of council as well, maybe the open space team in incorporating pop-up parks and a whole range of other areas as well. And one area that I know is quite controversial, but we've probably not really looked at it as part of this project, and that is probably public art as well. So we need to start making sure that we are taking all of those into consideration in these landscape public realm improvement projects.
Thank you, Councillor Tapanos. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to
I'm
this item?
speechless.
Councillor Hopper, we're noting Councillor Hopper.
I would like the minutes to reflect Councillor Tapanos' support for public art.
Noted. I'm going to put that to the vote. We're all in favour of public art. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. Move to DD 66 Sydney Road Streetscape Improvement Tender. Councillor Rob Thompson is definitely in a role tonight. And Councillor Kavanagh, everyone wants to get it. Councillor Kavanagh wishes to second it. Yes, Councillor Thompson.
Excellent. Look, once again, I could echo my statement from the previous one. In our first probably month on council for this term, this was presented to us, or at least the streetscape was presented to us, and I got all excited that this is how council gets on the move. This will be up and running, and we'll have this installed within 6 months. 4 years later, here is the tender going out, and it's over 2 stages, one down the left-hand side and back up the right-hand side, so it's going to take us a couple of years, but I must say that it has been worth waiting for. It's in excess of $2 million that's about to be spent on this end of Sydney Road, which I think is well worth it. And I know that there are many local residents who complain feverishly about the footpath and so forth that will be suitably happy once this has all been installed, and the smooth path and the beautiful look of the streetscape once it's completed. But I commend this to council.
Thank you. Councillor Kavanagh?
Yes, I think this is probably the most used bit of footpath in Moreland when you think about it. I don't think there'd be any foot traffic that would go more than Sydney Road between Bell Street and Munro Street. And really, really pleased to see this report. But I see the eastern side is set first and then the western side. Total of $2.3 million of footpath, $2.3 million. And would be incredibly well received. And, in fairness, I think residents have had a fair complaint. I really do. I think that it has been long overdue, but of course it is a substantial amount of money. But that's very well spent. Just my only little bit of caution is stage 2. I notice it's to finish in November 2017. We wouldn't want that to run a bit over time and interfere with Christmas in 2017, because then a really great news story becomes a bad news story. So I just caution when they're doing stage 2 that if they're going to start at that point, that they do finish on time, because that could become painful in December 2017 if there's footpath works during Christmas period. All right, but well done. I'm really looking forward to seeing this complete, and it's going to really lift, like what Councillor Tapanos was saying about Dawson Street. This is going to lift the most visible area of what I think of Moreland.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Is there any councillor that wishes to add anything further? Councillor Hopper.
I'd just like to say that this is absolutely brilliant. This is an enormous, large-scale expenditure on improving our footpaths and our public space and the visual quality of Sydney Road. It is going to make such an enormous difference, and it's something that we hear traders calling out for all the time. It would have been great to see this kind of work taking place alongside something like work to construct separated cycle lanes or something to do with cycle lanes, but we don't seem to have caught much traction on that issue as yet with the state government, so that's something that will have to wait. But this is a wonderful step forward in the right direction. And I also just want to add, after Councillor Kavanagh's discussion just now of Christmas, I will put $50 on the table and bet that tomorrow's edition of the Herald Sun will say that Moreland City Council is ruining Christmas 2017.
Thank you, Councillor Hopper.
I agree.
Any further comment on this item? Like as I put that to the vote, all those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. Move on to DD 6716, City Development Activity Report. Councillor Davidson wishes to move that, and Councillor Kavanagh wishes to second it. Councillor Davidson.
I'd like to move the recommendations as read on page 364.
Thank you. And you'd like to speak to it? I've got a seconder.
I'll just note that there's been a record number of planning permit applications for the financial year of 2015-2016. There was a total of 1,976 applications received. However, of those, there were 74% of those that did not receive any objections. And that's important to note, given that we receive so many complaints about the types of development that are occurring in Moreland. So I'd like to encourage all residents that if they have concerns about the types of development that are occurring around them, to contact council. Sitting on the Urban Planning Committee, we often see one resident or perhaps a group of residents who totally sway the committee in their views just by coming to council and perhaps pointing out something that we hadn't considered or from their perspective as being a neighbour. So it's very important that residents do attend. I'd like to thank the officers for all the hard work that they've done over this financial year and all the years preceding and all the years ahead. We've been making a lot of good decisions, and I'd like to pass recommendations as read on page 364.
Thank you very much, Councillor Davidson. Councillor Kavanagh.
I'll just like to be a broken record here and record on page 354 that Council's operations, during that quarter, we collected $419,123 in fees and charges, which are set by the state government and have not increased for 16 years, although we are looking like there's a possibility of getting a review on that at the moment. So I think it's because of lobbying like this. So $419,123 in fees for the quarter. The expenses of the operation of the city development was $1,063,164. In other words, the Moreland ratepayer has had to subsidise the development industry for to the tune of $644,041 in that quarter. So over a period of a year, you're looking around $2.5 million that could have been spent. We could have done the Sydney Road East and West footpaths that we just spoke about if the development industry had to pay their fair share. But the state government protect the development industry, and Moreland residents have to pay $2.5 million a year to subsidise development that they generally don't want. It's just not right.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Is there anyone, Councillor Bolton?
I would like to say something. I mean, this report really shows the extraordinary level of development that's happening in Moreland. One bit that I would like to highlight is about building enforcement of safe building and so forth, because the report notes that there's one case every day of building enforcement activity, and while Moreland's been able to reduce the backlog of complaints to a high degree, there's still an enormous backload of complaints, and that is to do with the extent of building work that's happening in the city, and in some cases standover tactics by developers. Certainly I know one site I'm familiar with is the site on Bell Street near the railway line, where, you know, residents have had massive problems with their laneway being blocked, with cranes, you know, booms of cranes sort of swinging over the top of neighbours and so forth. It's been a whole litany of problems in that one site, and there are many other sites. Some sites, you know, aren't so obvious, especially in some of the smaller suburban streets where sometimes footpath is, you know, got huge piles of soil or cement or footpaths ripped up for long periods of time, and unless one of the local residents reports it to council, council is unaware. And I think there are a number of issues with building developments which council's unaware of, simply because maybe the residents in that area aren't in a position to complain to council. So I think, you know, certainly this is probably an area in next year's budget that we'll probably need to look at increasing, you know, maybe increasing staff in the area to be able to address the backlog.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Is there any further comment on this report? In that case, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. We've got DD 6816, promoting quality urban development. Councillor Hopper.
Thank you. I'd like to move the recommendation with the councillors nominated and with a slight amendment. But in doing so, I'm not sure who of the North East Ward councillors wants to chair. You'll do it, Councillor Thompson? Okay. So I move the recommendation on page 383 with point 3 to read to nominate Councillor Rob Thompson of the North East Ward councillors, Councillor Helen Davidson of the North West Ward councillors, and Councillor Tapanos of the South Ward councillors to chair the respective workshops, and then to add a point 4 to authorise minor editorial amendments to the report for the minutes, including to note that the meeting referenced on page 384 was a council law meeting and not a council meeting.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Hopper, do you wish to speak to this?
No, not particularly, unless there's debate.
Yep, Councillor Kavanagh.
Just to say, I think those workshops are a good idea, and I'm pleased to see that the one in the Northwest Ward's located in Pascoe Vale, because we rarely have public meetings in Pascoe Vale, and so I'm pleased to see that that's been able to be done.
Great. Anybody else wish to speak to this? I'm happy to say a few words. Councillor Thompson.
I'm happy to speak to this, if nothing else, to promote the fact that it's coming. There will be 3 in each of the wards, and I'd love the Moreland leader to get right on this and write a great big article about it, and invite all of the residents across Moreland to come along, because I'd love to see big numbers turning up to listen to this, particularly with the effort, if you read through it, of who we're hoping to have as speakers or notional speakers for this. It'd be great to get it off the ground and make it a big success. So I encourage anybody listening to find out when this is on. I'm sure we'll promote it on websites, social media, and the Moreland leader.
I'd like to speak to it briefly as well. I'd like to commend Councillor Davidson, who brought the motion to council quite a few months ago now, and been doing some development work there. And the idea behind this is to have continue the conversation with the community about some of the urban development pressures that we're facing in the community, but also try to find new ways to work with the community, and whether that's the development community and the neighbourhood communities as well, about how we get better outcomes, both internally in these newer developments, but also externally for the amenity. As has been sort of told in the last week through the media. We have some frustration at times with a lot of the strategic work that we do to put in place the controls that could, really create much better development outcomes for the city, like the apartment design code, our structure plans, but they often sit on the minister's desk for a long time. And recently with the apartment design code, we've been told that it's not going to get approved. And in the meantime, our community suffers and we do see some poor quality outcomes, but we also see some good quality outcomes. And the workshop that Councillor Davidson, Thompson and I ran early in the year was aimed at trying to continue that conversation with the community about how do we get better outcomes here? What are the new ideas? Who's in the community who could help us with this? How can we build the advocacy and momentum from the community to demand better quality and put pressure, for example, on the state government as well? So there's multiple ways that we can improve development, the quality of development in our community, and to ensure that it's in keeping with what the community actually wants for their neighbourhoods, because this is the future for generations to come in this community. So it's wonderful to see these workshops now being planned formally, and also note that in all the workshops, all councillors from each ward will have a chance to participate formally and speak at those workshops as well. That's included in the running order. So it's designed to be inclusive. While there might be a chair, all ward councillors are invited to have a formal role in the proceedings as well. And I think that's a great way for this council to move forward. Any further debate on this item?
Can I say
Yep,
briefly,
Councillor Tapanos?
when I first got elected to council, I was hearing very loudly from the community about planning, particularly in the southern parts of the municipality, were completely out of control. There was vast dissatisfaction with the quality, particularly the quality of apartments, but also its heights, location, and just the overall densities. And what we've done, but particularly over the last 4 years, what we've done here at Moreland is develop some really good planning policy. We've done the hard yards to be in front of the development community by making sure the planning laws are in line with what our community wants to see. And this last 4 years has been very busy on the planning front, whether it's been the major activity centres, whether it's been the residential zones or the Miles industrial land strategy. There has been significant amount of planning amendments to the Moreland planning scheme. And what we're trying to do with each and every one of those is make sure that the quality of development is what our community wants to see. Making sure that we stop the excesses that are driven by the greed of developers in many ways. And I'm not saying we've got it right. We've got a long, long way to go. But we've made a significant start with planning policies. It's a task that will probably never really be completed. It's an ongoing discussion and conversation we need to have. So I'm fully supportive of these forums, and I just wanted to acknowledge that we've come a long way. We haven't got everything we want. We didn't get the density zones in our residential in our residential areas. We didn't get everything we want with our activity centres. We haven't got mandatory heights, which we pushed for. But we are slowly making significant changes, which are going to be seen in the future, because the residents, our residents, and we as residents will see better development opportunities. So I am really disappointed the Minister didn't approve the Moreland Good Design Code, but I know that a statewide code is coming. I think it's disappointing that we weren't rewarded for the hard work that we did in developing that code. And I think our community is very disappointed that between now and when the statewide plan is implemented, we're going to start seeing a whole range of planning applications which are not what we want to see. So I think that's disappointing, where we should have had that code implemented now, and then potentially it could have been overridden by a statewide code. But having said that, we have had some significant wins, but we need to constantly keep pushing and making sure we're doing that with the support of our community. So forums like this are critical to be able to engage with them and hear their views on these important matters.
Thank you, Councillor Tapanos. I don't think there's any further speakers, so I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. We're now moving on to DOD 716 Council Action Plan and Advocacy Programme. Councillor Kavanagh. And is there a seconder? Councillor Lenka Thompson. Councillor Kavanagh, do you wish to speak to this?
Yeah, I would, please. Look, can I encourage the members of the public gallery and the ones who are watching to actually read through this report, because it really does. It's admittedly it's 97 pages, but right, so probably not tonight. But maybe. Look, it really. I mentioned before about how council really has improved in a lot of ways. this is one of the most stark examples. Yes, we used to have an advocacy program, but it used to be really ineffective in a whole range of areas. This shows the things that council is committed to doing and how we're going with the progression of those. It's really good stuff. It really summarises a whole gamut of council operations and what's important to us and what the community are telling us is important to us and what we've then decided to try and action. So I congratulate the manager of the area, and it really is an outstanding report, and I commend it too.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Thompson, do you wish to speak to it?
Yes, thank you. I too commend this report and congratulate the organisation for the achievements through the Council Action Plan and the Council Advocacy Plan. Just to note that in the Council Action Plan, this is what we've set out for the 4 years that we've had on term. So just looking at the last quarter for 15-16, and that there are 62 items in this Council Action Plan with 44 achieved, 12 that are partially achieved and 6 not achieved. Just some highlights that I like to note is that the movement of the Oak Park Sports and Aquatic Centre Precinct redevelopment design works. That's something that this council has been advocating for quite strongly and should hold their heads high with how that's progressed, along with the council organisation with that. Also the Bog Street light changeover to LED efficient lighting, which resulted in a substantial and ongoing savings for council, both money-wise and carbon emissions. And then also to note that Amendment C71, which is the planning code over environmental sustainable development policy, was gazetted in November last year. So just to note some of the highlights from this advocacy plan and action plan that council's been part of, and concur with what Councillor Kavanagh says, that people should really read this report to see what council does.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Is there anyone who wishes to add anything further? No, in that case, I'll commend this report for resolution. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. Could I have a resolution to extend the meeting by half an hour? We should be able to get through the rest of our business in that time. Councillor Lenka Thompson and Councillor, I think Helen Davison got in there before. All those in favour, extending the meeting by half an hour? All those against? I declare that carried. The proportions are changing, so people are getting tired.
Can I call a division? Everyone's voted against it.
I think that's it in jest. So we'll keep moving through. Unless you do want to, you wanted a division? No. All right. Just checking. Never quite sure.
Just voted against it.
We'll move on to notices of motion. So we've got notice of motion 4416, Christmas decorations in Faulkner. Councillor Bolton.
That council receives a report on adding Faulkner to the list of locations where Christmas decorations are installed.
Yep.
And there's a particular reason why I'd like to move this.
I think Councillor Kavanagh has indicated he wishes to second it. Councillor Bolton, you wish to speak to this.
Yes, I wasn't one of the councillors that was involved in really working out our celebrations program and including the Christmas decorations part of that program. And, I was quite supportive of the direction that councillors went in terms of trying to focus really good Christmas decorations in the particular activity centres. But I've received, it was probably a response to the Herald Sun, scaring people into thinking that Moreland had cancelled Christmas. But I did get some calls from people in Faulkner, mainly older generation people, who were upset about the Christmas decorations. They're probably upset about feeling also other things, about feeling that Faulkner's neglected by council. But their interpretation of why Moreland was focusing Christmas decorations on the major activity centres was not the reason why council is currently planning to focus the Christmas decorations on the activity centres. Now, as people know, Faulkner has the highest Muslim population in the municipality, and some of the calls I got from elderly citizens were sort of assuming that that Moreland was not going to put Christmas decorations in Faulkner because of the Muslim community. Now, that's not the case. Most Muslims participate in Christmas festivals as well. You know, like in very multicultural communities, people join each other's religious and cultural festivals. And the Muslim community is no different. You know, I've received Christmas cards from Muslim friends, etc. So there's no question that Council's consideration of our Christmas decorations policy had, you know, was more focused on trying to have some spectacular shows in the activity centres. But I feel in the current climate, when I know there were far-right racist groups heavily focusing on parts of Fawkner during the federal election campaign, that there will be an attempt, I think, to whip up racism against Muslims if Council doesn't include Christmas decorations in Fawkner. Now, the current report is that there will be Christmas decorations in Fawkner this year. And I'm just calling for, you know, a report to come back to consider the question. But I think it would be problematic if we decide not to keep going with Christmas decorations in Fawkner. I know other local community local activity centres haven't been included for Christmas decorations, but I think there is a special case for Fawkner. And because I just think some of the racist right-wing groups that are around will try and, you know, agitate people into thinking the Muslim communities cancel Christmas. So this is in the interest of community harmony and making sure that our decisions are not misinterpreted.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Councillor Kavanagh, do you wish to add anything?
Yes, I do.
Yep.
Look, I support this motion, probably for some different reasons. As people would know, I've taught in Fawkner for the last 19 years. One of the things that strikes me about Fawkner, and it was probably, is that, yes, it is a neighbourhood centre as such, and I know our officer's report is saying you're picking out one of the 12 neighbourhood centres for special treatment, if you like. But I do think Fawkner is unique because I can tell you now, many people in Fawkner do all their activities within Fawkner. Many of their activities, whether it be their sporting activities at the Fawkner Leisure Centre, whether it be Bonwick Street, or whether it be going as far as Campbellfield Plaza to Kmart. Seriously, a lot of the children I teach, that is the extent of their travel outside Fawkner. And they're less mobile. Therefore, if we were to take Christmas decorations away from Fawkner, many of these children would not see Christmas decorations. Many of these children. Right? When they go on gatherings, they normally go to relatives' places. That's a whole range of their weekend activities and their holiday activities. We'll come back after 6 weeks of holidays and saying, what did you do on the Christmas holidays? And the big thing might be going to Broadmeadow Shopping Town. Right? That's a really big thing. Right? The vast majority of their holiday time is spent within the boundaries of Fawkner and Campbellfield. Right? So I do think that the access, and also being bordered by the Merri Creek and Sydney Road, basically it's a contained village in many ways. And so therefore I do think that Fawkner does have a special case for, if you like, being the only neighbourhood centre that would continue to have Christmas decorations, and I support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Is there Councillor who wishes to speak further? I'm happy to, I'd like to say a few words. Look, I concur with what's said. I think in terms of this motion, it's making explicit what was already implicit within the direction that we're moving with the celebrations program. And in discussion around developing this type of approach, we talked about a staged approach, and everything is as is and status quo this Christmas, and it'll come back to council for further discussion and thinking about how we roll out a new and enhanced program, essentially. So I do think it is stating what's already implicitly there, but I take the points about needing to state it explicitly for the record. And given the amount of media attention there's been on Moreland and Christmas, I thought it is good to speak into this. because I think the media have had quite a lot of fun in terms of Moreland and Christmas, but I think there's been some serious misrepresentation too about our intentions and our goals with this program. We have not cancelled Christmas, and we're not cancelling Christmas. In fact, where this came from was enhancing Christmas, because for many years we've rolled out the standard package of Christmas decorations in the streets, and we've got lots of feedback from people who said it's not quite strong enough, you know, it's looking a bit tired and old. So this council said, okay, how do we expand that and enhance that? And we put some ideas together. We trialled some things like the light show in Brunswick, which got fantastic feedback. So based on that feedback, we thought, well, how about we roll this out across the city, maybe destination type places, which lots of other municipalities do. And we came up with this approach that would try an enhanced approach across the city. So the intention is to actually enhance the type of Christmas decoration program that we implement through the city. And I'm sure that we'll be very successful in rolling that out, and our community will respond in kind. And we've also expanded the program to help us celebrate other festivities that our community enjoys. And we make no apology for being inclusive. We make no apology for helping the many faiths and cultures that are represented in our community celebrate and feel at home as well in this community, because it is their home. And there's ways that we can do this, and it doesn't have to come at the cost of one celebration. In fact, this program outlines no funding change. We're going to keep the same funding, and we're going to enhance the program and see how we can roll it out across the year as well. So it's a really fantastic outcome for the community, and I was so deeply saddened to see it misrepresented in that way when the intention of this council was exactly the opposite. There is no cancelling of Christmas that's happening, and in fact, I think Christmas in Moreland is going to be talked about in future years because of the work that we're going to do this. This is what makes this beautiful community of us one of the most generous, open, compassionate and kind communities, I'd say, in all of Australia. As we've mentioned before tonight, we're one community, proudly diverse, and we've done some of this work so well that we're one of the most cohesive communities in all of Australia. We have thought about a lot of this, and we do often get it right. There are times we get it wrong as well, and we're happy to correct our mistakes, but we have thought about social cohesion and harmony, and it is about being inclusive and recognising all the great diversity in our community. And a program like this that expands to a celebrations program that celebrates Christmas but also celebrates other programs is not coming at the cost of one community, but it's coming at the benefit of everyone. So I hope that we'll continue with pride to celebrate the diversity in our community, and the real intention behind all of this is how we do things better, and I'm very confident that we're going to continue to do things better and better in years to come. Any further comment from councillors? Right, I'll put that to the vote. In that case, all those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried.
Can we note that that's unanimous, please?
Certainly. A unanimous vote noted.
That's an endorsement.
Maybe somebody
Of
can send it to
Christmas.
Mr. John Desmond.
We move on to Notice of Motion 4616, Audit of Pentridge Developments. Councillor Bolton.
Okay, so council resolves to undertake an audit of all Pentridge developments on land owned by Future Estate and the Shea Group, and that this audit indicates A, the location of each remaining heritage building and structure in each new proposed development, B, the number of storeys and height allowed in the current master plan and approved in the current planning permit, the approved side setbacks for each new building and the uses for each building, C, when the development and the heritage permit, if relevant, was approved and by whom, how many years there is to start and finish the development and the number of permit extensions already given, when and by whom, D, any remaining areas which don't currently have permits for development, E, the location and area of the public open space proposed for the land owned by Future Estate and Shea Group, and then 2, to receive a report on this audit at a future council meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Is there a seconder to this motion? No, I think the motion lapses for want of a seconder. So I am going to proceed. We're moving to Notice of Motion 4916, Support for Buskers in Moreland, which is my resolution. So I'm going to take that as read. Everyone's read that motion?
Sorry, is that?
So
I've got the next one.
Oh, sorry, apologies. Oh, sorry, that's been withdrawn.
Withdrawing
Sorry,
it, keep
Councillor
it
Bolton.
posted, and I'll resubmit it next time, next meeting.
Apologies, Councillor Bolton indicated to me before the meeting.
Oh, I thought the timing was particularly apt.
Anyway, we're not going to get into debate. Sorry, councillors, we're not going to get into debate about the item, but Councillor Bolton did indicate to me before the meeting that she would withdraw that. That's why I moved through that. So we'll move to Notice of Motion 4916, and I will take that as read, unless anybody else wants me to read that out. No? I'm happy to speak to it if I have a seconder. Yep. Councillor Thompson? So this motion seeks to draw up some extra conditions around to allow and encourage more busking in the city. I had some feedback recently from buskers within our city who were saying that some of our conditions, because at the moment we have one permit that applies for all different uses, and it wasn't flexible enough actually for the purposes of busking. So for example, you're given a permit for a time and a location, but if the weather's bad and you need to move undercover a little bit away, you're actually not allowed to do that within your permit. And buskers often face these situations where they have to have a little bit of flexibility. And councils like Melbourne City Council have quite good permit conditions around this. So this resolution is just for us to work up some new permit conditions that would encourage and allow buskers to busk more freely. We have a fantastic city of artists, one of the highest proportion of artists anywhere in Australia, and busking is often a form of artists getting their break or their part of their ongoing work and get their wonderful artworks to the community. And it has such great benefits for cities, and particularly as we're thinking about activity centres, we're really starting to gear up our work in activity centres and making destination places. I think we should think about if our policies are in keeping with that. And this just, I think it's a bit overdue in some ways, but we're catching up with some of the work in our neighbouring municipalities who've got some great conditions already. So it will be modelled on our surrounding councils. Councillor Thompson, do you wish to add anything further?
Thank you. Just to thank Councillor Ratnam for bringing this to our attention. I wasn't aware that there was only one permit for buskers, and I personally love buskers in the street, and if there's things that that we can do to support positive placemaking by increasing our buskers in our urban centres or in our streets throughout the municipality, then I'm very supportive of it. I appreciate the life that they bring to the street, and on a personal note, I like to take my daughter to see the live musicians like face to face in such an intimate relationship or intimate setting. Sort of provides her with unique access, I think, to musicians or musical instruments that she wouldn't necessarily see on a day-to-day basis.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Is there any further comment from councillors? Councillor Bolton.
Just one little query. I'm not necessarily totally opposed to it, but I just feel when you start to have more and more rules and regulations about these things that it can actually end up restricting busking, or you get the buskers who are sort of semi-professional, and you don't get the the school kids having a crack with their violin on the Coburg Mall or whatever.
Could I respond to that?
Probably, in principle, it's a reasonable motion. I'm just a bit nervous it might start to be a bit restrictive.
Can I just respond to that? It's actually trying to tackle that very problem at the moment, that our conditions at the moment are rigid because there's a one-size-fits-all to stalls, buskers, etc. So the feedback from the buskers is they want to be more flexible. They want to be able to move locations. Maybe they're given one location and a few dates on a weekend that there's something that happens, for example, in that weekend. At the moment, the conditions restrict that, and you have to have 1 month's advance notice to get a permit. So if there's suddenly a festival that pops up that people want to busk at, you can't get that in time often at the moment. So this intention of this is to free up those restrictions, because the current permit restrictions are actually stopping people from busking flexibly, and we're limiting busking actually. So it's actually achieving the objectives you want, because the current conditions are the restrictive conditions. This is making it more flexible. And that's why it's modelled on City of Melbourne, which are very flexible. All right, any further comment?
Close the debate.
Okay, I'll close the debate. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. Thank you, Councillor Tepanos. We're now moving on to Notice of Motion 5016. Just bring that up.
5016. Future councillors.
So this is a new Moreland architectural design panel. I'll just take the recommendation as read. If that's okay with councillors, and I'll test for a seconder. Councillor Tepanos. Oh, sorry, so Tepanos is...
defer this?
It's a procedural motion, so I'll take that to a vote. All those in favour of deferring it? All those against? Yep, so declare that lost. So I'll speak to the motion. The intent of this motion is to continue the work that we're doing on improving the quality of urban development in our city. And as the background reads, and there's quite a bit of background there are a number of councils who have adopted this approach, and it's designed to complement what you're already doing. But a design panel can enhance the work of council, and there's different types of design panels. So this isn't prescribing what the design panel, how it will function. It's essentially approving the concept, and there's work that's going to be done, and officers are going to come back to us with some recommendations, and there'll be a further, we'll have a further decision about the type of design panel that we want. So for example, it might be that we see this type of quality, for example, activity centres like Coburg Activity Centre. We start to see the first developments go up and they're really poor quality. Adding an extra voice of advocacy around this and expertise. We're not all development experts or architectural experts, and we rely on the expertise of people within our community to have that extra bit of advice along with our officer advice and, all the different advice we get when we're considering these things. But it's to help shape good quality development in the city, particularly in our activity centres, because we're going to see with the approval, hopefully, of the Brunswick Structure Plan 2 and with the approval of the Coburg Structure Plan that we've seen, we're going to see much more development activity. And I think we've got to get ready to be able to shape that type of development, because if that development starts off as poor quality, I'm fearful that we're going to end up with poor quality for all those activity centres. So this is just another tool and another lever for us to improve the quality development in our city, and there'll be further decisions that council makes about the shape and the form and et cetera and the focus. Councillor Tapanos, do you wish to add anything?
No, I think that was...
Anybody wish to add anything? No, I'll put that to the vote then. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. Could I have a division, please? Could I have a division, please? Yes, we'll just count the division and then we'll lift the other motion off the table. So what?
Who voted against it?
Councillor Hopper voted against it.
Why?
So,
because
councillors, we're not getting to debate. It's an informal meeting that can happen outside the council meeting. Has that been recorded? Has that been recorded? So, Councillor Hopper was against. Okay, Councillor Thompson, you had a procedural motion?
Just to lift the previous motion from the
Yes.
table.
All right, we're lifting the electricity services contract, and
Yes.
we have the words on the screen now.
Do we?
Do we?
Excellent.
Okay.
This is 42.16.
As read with the extra 2 points as emailed to you and now written in intricate detail upon the screen in front of you. I'll speak to it if I have a second.
Councillor Yield is seconding. Yep.
Look, there is some sensitivity about the timing of this. This is a protracted tender process that has blown out in time. So I understand that there is some need for us to expedite this so that we don't incur fines or costs for signing off on it. However, in saying that, the pressure to bear is a little bit beyond where I'd like to be. So these extra points here that have been added go some way to indicate where we would like to be in the future, if not immediately. And certainly would love our organisational development,
Organisation development, yes.
Organisational development team to get out there
Councillor, thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Yildiz, do you wish to add anything further? Is there any further comment on this report? Councillor Kavanagh?
This report's had more lifts than the Russian rocket.
Any further debate on this item? Councillor Lenka Thompson?
I'd just like to add thanks to Councillor Thompson for including the third and fourth point there added to the resolution on page 27. So this is our retail electricity services, and it's just noting in the point 3 the great work that Council is doing in reducing our carbon emissions through our corporate carbon reduction plans, and also the project that we're currently working on with other municipalities in producing, hopefully potentially, our own renewable energy. And also just in point 4 that that Council is undergoing the work to provide for us to move into a more green energy future. So we've got many other plans and many other goals and visions about Moreland being carbon neutral, being part of the NCOS, and making sure that we're as carbon neutral as possible. And when these type of services come up for us to be contracted with, we always need to take into account our our emissions and how we can reduce that and through our program. So I commend these resolutions to the council and also thank the organisation for bringing this all together for us at the very last minute.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. I'm going to say very quickly, it's great to see the additional resolutions. I mean, I have a number of concerns about this, and I hope that we're moving into a direction where we can have further discussion about how we tackle some of these very pragmatic considerations like electricity sources, but also think about the signals we're sending to the market. So by purchasing more green energy, we're sending a very strong signal to the market that they need to invest in that area more. And at the moment, it's cost prohibitive, so it's cheaper to do other environmental actions than green energy, for example. So we haven't gone full green energy, which is, bit worrying to me, but I understand the pragmatic considerations. We're doing some amazing work for us to rely less on these big power companies that are very polluting power companies. I don't think that change can happen fast enough, and I commend all that work that's been done. But I think as a council, we have to think very carefully about how we're going to tackle some of these very pragmatic things that come before us with some of the bigger signals that we're trying to send to the market as well. So look forward to that work. All right. Any further comment on this item? Because I'll put that to the vote with those amendments. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. Thank you. So we now move on to general business items, and we have Councillor Hopper, your item is the first general business item.
Sure. I move that Council receive a report in October 2016 providing an action plan detailing how we will celebrate International Women's Day in 2017 and a proposal to reinstate the Honouring Women in Moreland Awards as a separate civic event.
Okay. Councillor Bolton is seconding that. Councillor Hopper.
Thank you. So as Councillor responsible for the status of women, I was very surprised in late 2015 to discover that we would not be hosting a separate Honouring Women in Moreland Awards this year. And I made my objections known at that point, but by the time of that meeting, things had already progressed to such an extent that it was too late for us to be able to open nominations for an Honouring Women in Moreland Awards to take place on International Women's Day. This is in spite of the fact that Council voted at a previous Council meeting to explicitly, when we started rolling out the new Moreland Awards system, and I acknowledge that the Moreland Awards are excellent, and I had the honour and the privilege of hosting the first Moreland Awards last year, and they are an excellent event. But when we decided to move to having the Moreland Awards later in the year, we explicitly pulled out the Honouring Women in Moreland Awards and said that we would continue to offer that, and that Council was committed to continue to delivering the Honouring Women in Moreland Awards. In spite of that, apparently a small committee of Council was convinced to put the Honouring Women in Moreland Awards into the Moreland Awards, and that wasn't communicated back to all of Council until the decision had already been progressed to such an extent that it was irrevocable. So that was very disappointing that we didn't have that ceremony this year, and it really is the major ceremony of International Women's Day for the City of Moreland. It has consistently seen a large number of nominations. When we had the Moreland Awards taking place on Australia Day, consistently we received far more nominations for the Honouring Women in Moreland Awards than we received for the general awards, and we often struggle to encourage women in particular to nominate for those broader awards for whatever reason, whether it be humility or whether it be just, not putting their hand up. We weren't seeing a lot of women nominating for those general awards, but the Honouring Women in Moreland Awards would consistently have 30 or 40 women nominated from across our community, which is a really rare and special acknowledgement of the work that women are undertaking in Moreland. So I do think it's so important that these are handled separately, and this is our undertaking to ensure that that does take place from 2017 onwards, and also our apology that it didn't take place in 2016.
Councillor Bolton, do you wish to add anything further? Is there any further comment on this item? Councillor Yildiz.
Can I just note, while I'm here, you mentioned Moreland Awards 8 times, you mentioned Moreland 10 times.
Councillor Yildiz, I don't think that's necessary. Once again, in jest, we'll take Councillor Yildiz's comments. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. I've got a couple of items. I've just put these in chronological order in which I received them. So I've got just one item before Councillor Thompson, and that is that we congratulate the new federal member for Wales, that Council resolves to write to congratulate Mr Peter Khalil on being elected the new federal member for Wales and outline the projects that Council would like federal government support and advocacy for over the next 3 years. Is there a seconder? Councillor Kavanagh, I think you're... Well, I think the motions are self-explanatory, but we have been through an incredible federal campaign here in Wills, and I got to be a part of it, and it was an absolute privilege, and it was an incredible experience. And I'd like to congratulate Peter Killil on his success in that seat, and look forward to working with him as we all serve our community together. Councillor Kavanagh.
I'm happy with that.
Okay. Anybody else wish to add anything further? No? Okay. In that case, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. So my general business item is thanking Paul Murfitt and welcoming Alison Rowe from and to Methil. And the motion is that Council resolves to write to the outgoing Moreland Energy Foundation CEO, Paul Murfitt, thanking him for his efforts in leading the team that has successfully reduced Moreland's carbon emissions over the past 8.5 years, and sending him well wishes for the future. And also to the incoming Methil CEO, Alison Rowe, welcoming her to the position and looking forward to continued productive relationship with Council.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. We've got Councillor Rob Thompson who wishes to second that. Councillor Lincoln Thompson.
Great, thank you. So this just gives me the opportunity to thank Paul Murfitt for his wonderful work that he's done for Moreland over the past 8.5 years, or more than as in CEO as Methil, but before that he was with Methil, so it's longer than that. And he's achieved great successes in Moreland, working with the community to make it a safer and more resilient community and energy and sustainable in energy future. He's always been an inspiration. When I first moved into the Moreland area, I saw the Moreland Energy Foundation and wondered what they were about. And Paul just seems to have that great ability to be welcoming and very inclusive, and you feel at home with him straight away to share your details and your visions and your hopes and aspirations for a more safer environment. And it's been a real privilege and pleasure working with Paul and the team representing Council on their board over the past 4 years. And I would personally like to thank Paul for all the contributions that he's made to the Moreland community and the environment at large. And also, wish him all the best in his new role that he's taken up. And in doing so, Paul hands over the reins to Alison Rowe, and Alison was appointed by the Methil board, and she comes with a great depth of experience as a global executive director of sustainability from Fujitsu for the past 9 years, and she's been advocate of implementing the sustainability, renewable energy and energy efficiency and community engagement program with them. And she's currently chair of the Future Business Council and serves as director of the Infrastructure Sustainability Council of Australia. And she's also previously been a board of Environment Victoria and La Trobe University Sustainable Advisory Board. So it's again with great pleasure to welcome Alison to the role of CEO in Methil, and certainly look forward to an ongoing relationship with Council.
Thank you very much, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Thompson?
I echo Councillor Thompson's sentiments in relation to Paul. One of the first individuals I met outside of the council offices once we started at council 4 years ago. A very engaging and enthusiastic individual who has, apart from being quite a pleasant sort of chap, was also able to give his time whenever required, and would respond to my emails and questions on numerous occasions on numerous topics. So I was disappointed to see him departing, but I'm sure he'll be off to greater and better things. But from the look of the new CEO, or reading through her resume there, she looks very impressive as well.
Yeah, excellent. Does any other councillor wish to say anything? I might add very briefly as well, concur with those comments. Paul has been an absolute treasure and a fantastic person to work with, and has achieved so much on Methil, while on Methil and serving them. And we've seen millions of dollars of other type of funding pour into Methil to support the seed funding that council provides, based on his work and the work of his team that he has guided for many years now. So we're going to miss him a lot, and we welcome Alison very warmly, and we wish Paul all the very success for the future. I'll put that motion to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. Councillor Thompson, you've got another general business item? Yep.
So I've taken out the trees one.
Okay, withdrawn the tree clearances, yep.
And I'm doing the planning controls along waterways.
Yep.
So the motion is that council writes to the Minister of Planning congratulating him on the Yarra River Control Strategy and associated planning amendments and urge him to continue this important work for the Merri and Moonee Creeks corridors as a matter of urgency.
Thank you. Is that Councillor Tapanos seconding that? Councillor Thompson.
So this has come to me from a resident who's been involved with implementing or helping with the state implement controls along the Yarra River, and it's looking at mandatory height controls and also mandatory setbacks, realising that the Yarra River is a very sensitive and highly valued asset, and noticing that there is a need or there is a desire for people to want to develop along those corridors. So what's happening along Yarra River at the moment is that the state government is implementing these controls. I know that we have done some work, I think, for Merri Creek. So this motion just seeks to reinforce that we'd definitely like to have these kind of controls and conversations and engagement from the state government for our natural water.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Tapanos?
Yeah, it's very timely that we start looking at this. There's been at least 3 applications I know of over the last, over the course of this term, for applications that fronts on to the Merri Creek. And quite often we look at all of our planning laws and we compare it with the neighbourhood character in the street, even though it's far removed from the street and at the rear of a block, and its interface is really the Merri Creek. And it just made perfect sense to actually start implementing some planning guidelines around those properties, because I feel we're going to get more and more applications into the future like that. And at the moment, not having anything really makes us a bit sort of restricted in being able to get good quality design and implement heights that we want to see along the creek corridor, because there's just nothing really guiding that, with the exception of some statewide policy framework that details the distance between developments and the actual creek. So I feel that this is really going to start having a look at the design elements, setbacks and heights. And it's something that is common sense we have in many of our activity centres, but we don't have along this fantastic asset, which is the Merri Creek, the bike path, the parks and open spaces that we have around there. So very timely that we consider developing this strategy and embedding it in the planning scheme.
Thank you, Councillor Tapanos. Is there any further comment on this item? Councillor Bolton?
I'm sort of, I totally agree with this motion. I'm just wondering if we could make it a little bit stronger, either tonight or the next council meeting, because while there is a reference document, it doesn't have the same standing as being, in the actual planning scheme. So I'm wondering, but, I really need to have another look at this, if we should add something about a report to examine whether there are steps that could be taken to expand the protection of the creek, besides, in addition to asking the minister to expand. Maybe we need to look at it next council meeting.
Are you proposing an amendment, Councillor Bolton?
Well, I sort of was, but I just was wondering if Councillor Thompson...
Let's see what the minister says.
Okay, so I'm going to, you're not proposing an amendment? Okay, all right.
Next council meeting.
Yeah. All right, any further comment on this item? Next, I put that to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. Could I have a motion to extend the meeting by half an hour? I think we should be finished within that time. Councillor Leggett-Thompson, seconded. Councillor Bolton, all those in favour? I fear this might not get up. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those against? I declare that carried very thinly. We'll get through the rest of the items quite quickly. We've got Councillor Tapanos, you've got a general business item.
No,
You've withdrawn that?
I couldn't select that one.
Certainly. Okay, Councillor Tapanos, are you withdrawing it?
I just wanted to ask a question. I had a general business item about public Wi-Fi, as you can see there, and I know a lot of that has already been done and that information exists. Can I just ask, is it possible to make that public?
We might take that offline. We'll come back to it further. Thank you, Councillor Hapanos. So we're now going to 12 urgent business. Could I have a mover for DCS 4616 to be considered as part of confidential business? Councillor Kavanagh, is there a seconder? Councillor Lenka Thompson. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. So now we move to confidential business. Could I have a mover that we move to confidential business? Councillor Yildiz.
Woman Jika, welcome and thank you so much to everyone for joining us this evening at the Coonahan Gallery in Brunswick for the opening of Both Sides of the Street, curated by a respected local Indigenous artist and curator, Kimber Thompson.
It means having a dialogue that really centres and honours the voices of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in this country. And I think what it means also is about doing work that's about solidarity. So not about appropriating other people's stories, not about going off on your own and doing work that you think is solidarity, but actually sitting down and listening.
Initially, both sides of the street, I got the feeling that I was supposed to see that as meaning, Indigenous, non-Indigenous artists being on, both sides of the street. But I think it quickly became obvious to us that we weren't on both sides of the streets, and instead we were on the same side of the streets. I guess the main point about the work, this particular work, is that language, and language isn't as simple as just the words and the sounds, and there are accompanying elements like body language, gesture.
Both Sides of the Street has a personal meaning for me in a way because I'm mixed and I have to deal with both sides of the street. Like, as a collaboration, we took both of our identities, our skills and our interests, and came up with a project that resonated with that. And it's about the historical references of the Kimberley Point, which is an implement that was developed to sell to colonials and Europeans, and we are investigating the recreation of that implement and its role now.
Okay? Have some respect. Have some respect. Brett, shut your mouth. Simple. You shut your mouth.
You know it's rude not to speak English? You're in Australia.
We've had to stop. We've had to stop. Thank you. Where would you like to take the situation from?
I've seen people being racist towards other people, and I've never known what to do. So when this came up, I thought that might be really practical, because I think more of us should know how to be able to intervene in a safe and effective way. So I guess that's why I came.
And the practical tools are, how do we engage people rather than confront people or name and shame them?
If you can't be bothered learning the language, why don't you go home from where you came from?
Wow. Hey, I love your boots.
Thanks.
Yeah, where'd you get them from?
Market.
So we want to train people in how to get people asking questions and not clashing and having pitched battles.
Then I realised, wow, that's a fantastic way to disengage, because I really did come from here, because I was really expecting you to attack me, to right down here very quickly. So that was really well done.
That's what we want to create, social change through little individual interventions.
Here at Moreland City Council, we've got a new library for you to try, but this one's a bit different.
It's open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You see, our website and e-library are just like another branch. It just never closes. You can download thousands of titles as ebooks, subscribe to everything from the Wall Street Journal to Delicious magazine, all delivered right into your hand for free. You can stream your favourite documentaries and indie features. There's even programs for the little ones. With our huge selection of adult, teen and children's titles, you're bound to find something you like. We've got over 7 million songs for you to stream, with everything from Mozart to Jay-Z. You're able to work out to your favourite artists just by pressing a button. We've got stories that talk with audiobooks for times when, well, you've got your hands full. And the best thing, like always, it's free with your Moreland Library membership.
This is just the next chapter in how our libraries are here to help you.
In Moreland, we're all about the good times. At Council, we bring you free events and festivals, from our smaller, intimate community celebrations to our large-scale premier events. We've got your social calendar booked all year round.
I get up at 4 a.m. every morning, so yeah. Hi, I'm Keith. I work for Moreland City Council. I'm a side load operator, and essentially, I'm a garbo. Normally stop off at 7-Eleven to get a coffee in the morning. Then yeah, head out at 5:30, start the run. One resident that I pick up from, he's always thankful. He's always there every morning, like every time I come around. Yeah, mate. How you going, buddy? Good day. You know, so it makes you happy when you see that. If you can make their day happy, it makes your day better. You meet a lot of residents from different backgrounds. It's good. I like meeting new people. It's warming. We're not doing anything wrong. We're not trying to make your life difficult by moving the bin. Just, we've got to do it so we can pick the bin up safely. We've got to look out for our safety as well. You know, seeing the kids' faces when you come down the street, they love trucks. Best part about it. Yeah, it's dirty work, but somebody's got to do it.
I'm Dorothy and I'm 90 years old. Yes, I like to be independent, but well, you can't be independent all the time, can you? 3 years ago I was in hospital. The sisters at the hospital said, when you leave here, it'd be a good idea to get Meals on Wheels. I've been getting it ever since. I've made some lovely friends with the girls that come with the meals. Good morning.
Good morning. Your hair looks good.
I have it set every Wednesday.
Beautiful.
But they are lovely and they're very caring. And if I'm not feeling well, then I know the meals are still coming. The quality is very good. They're always nice and fresh. Getting the meals delivered was very easy. I had it within a few days. I love me desserts. I've got roast beef today. That looks lovely, doesn't it? Well, I don't think I could manage without the Meals on Wheels.
You'd be surprised how little sleep you can go on and still function, and feeling like you need a university degree before becoming a parent. My name's Nicole and this is my daughter Eve. My first child, he had an injury from the birth, and that was picked up by my maternal health nurse, and we were able to put things in place to make sure that didn't become a permanent problem for him.
Think about the feed, play, sleep pattern.
It's a big trust thing that you're relying on them to make sure everything's going well and to pick up anything that isn't, and they've done that for me, so it's been great. I've had a lot of problems with breastfeeding. The clinic is set up here to drop in, and they slotted me in for that, for some support there. How to bath, how to feed, what the sleep schedule should be, whether they're thriving or not. All those little details that you've got no idea about. If I didn't have this service, I think I would have had a lot more insecurities about raising my children. I would have been missing that sort of peace of mind.
I love helping parents to adjust to this new exciting role of parenting.
My name is Paul Condo. I'm an active Moreland member. I've had an issue with my weight all my life. I knew it was time to actually really do something about it. You accept it as part of your life. It's not just a place where you come to have a workout, and it's a social aspect to it. You meet some great people, the instructors here are fantastic. It's a good environment. My daughter is very proud of what I've achieved so far. I made a promise to her last year that the next time we were going to go to Queensland, I was going to lose enough weight to be able to fit on the rides at the theme parks. I kept my promise to her. It's very motivating. You've got a lot of people that come in for the same reasons. They all come in here to work hard. I'm able to run, I'm able to bend over and pick up things without worrying about tipping over, so it's been good, it's been good.
My name's Damien. I work for Moreland City Council as a team leader on one of the asphalt crews. I know every bakery in Moreland, depending on which job I'm going to. Buongiorno Pasquale. Buongiorno, come va? Muy bien. Molto bene. Just potholes, general potholes, speed humps, new footpaths, repairs after builders, bike paths, anything that's got asphalt on, we fix. It can be pretty serious, as you can tell, especially for push bikes and mopeds and things like that. Potentially could cause an accident. We normally get on top of these pretty quickly. The common misunderstanding is that we're lazy and standing around 5 men looking down a hole when you have to watch, otherwise they'll go through a gas line or a water line. Some kids love them. They cry as soon as they get taken away. They could sit there all day and watch them. Mostly young blokes. Residents could make my life easier by having a little bit more patience and maybe trying to understand, keep it going, exactly what it is we're doing. Maintaining the roads, keeping them safe for everyone to use. They're all necessary things we have to do, so yeah, I think our job's pretty important.
I'm Eddie.
And I'm Lara.
This is Lara.
Well, we wanted to build up a sustainable lifestyle as much as possible, so we made the decision first to get solar hot water, and we obviously worked a lot on making the garden as kind of sustainable as possible. Solar energy seemed like the next logical step.
We began by emailing Positive Charge, and then once we'd got advice from them, they put us in touch with Energy Matters. I think having the council approval and having the system already set up just meant that everything, at each stage, it seemed a lot easier than it might have been.
So by going through the Moreland City Council Solar Bulk Buy program, you can get a discount exclusive of recommended retail price. Also, all the government rebates and incentives are done for you, so all that paperwork's dealt with.
Yeah, we've more than halved our bills. We were spending around about $450 on power per 6 months. In the last 6 months, we spent $160 on power. So we've made a pretty big cut. It looks as though the system will pay itself off within about 5 or 6 years, which is fantastic. Yes, we would absolutely recommend the scheme to other people. We'd recommend positive charge. We'd recommend that people get in touch and ask some questions.
Well, I was looking for a job. The only way I'll probably get a good job is through a course, and what better course than lifeguarding. My name's Rodwin, I'm a lifeguard here. I watch the pool indoor and outdoor. I was working at a pizza shop, and well, one of my friends from Faulkner, he knows the people from the council, and apparently they had this program running, and he told me about the program and that I could end up working as a lifeguard. I took the job straight away. I like doing a job where I'm making sure that people are safe and happy. Yeah, everyone at Oxygen was very nice and very, very helpful as well with getting a job and everything. The course really helped with my confidence. They taught me how to become a lifeguard, towing, swimming. My family is proud of me. And they're very happy as well for me becoming a lifeguard rather than a pizza maker, And I would have also probably been not involved in the same community that there is here, pretty much in the Moreland Council and everything.
So I spent my childhood in Sri Lanka and we decided as a family to leave around 1987, first migrating to Canada and then coming to Australia over 25 years ago. So I'm a social worker by trade and have been working in the settlement sector for the last few years, so working with refugees and asylum seekers and supporting them in their transition to making Australia a home. Well, I've always been interested in social justice and environmental justice, and a few years ago I was getting more and more frustrated with what was happening at levels of government, and particularly at the federal government, and I decided to join a political party. I joined the Greens, and from that involvement started to see what our local councillors were achieving, and it really opened my eyes to the power of local government. So I think it is about ensuring that I'm representing council to the best of my ability, representing my fellow councillors as a group. We are a team working on this together, and each councillor comes with different strengths and skills and talents and puts in so much work to make the community better. So I think we've got a significant amount of work to do still in the planning space with a number of planning scheme amendments before the Minister that we will continue to advocate on and hope to get some certainty for the community after years and years of consultation on some of those significant things. I think we've got to look at the infrastructure, the social and transport infrastructure that we build around the changing population. Integrated transport, sustainable transport strategies are high on my priority list to ensure that we have better pedestrian and cycling paths, for example, around the city. And I think we've got a lot of strategic work to be done. We've had our responsible gaming strategy just passed. I'm really looking forward to starting the implementation of it. We've had our zero carbon evolution strategy passed. We're ramping up now our efforts to combat climate change. And we have a number of other advocacy items that I feel like I want to play a significant role in.
Moreland, like much of Melbourne, is experiencing a population boom. That means our city is changing. Residents are renovating and extending, and developers are looking to build high-density apartment blocks.
Moreland City Council plays a large part in how this change will occur. And it's not just the big things you need to come and talk to us about. You might not think you need a planning permit to extend or renovate your home, but you do. Here's a rough guide of when you need to come and talk to council. The Moreland Planning Scheme determines when you need a planning permit and directs how we'll consider your application. Good planning considers the impact a new building or development will have on the character of your neighbourhood and your neighbours. Things like a heritage overlay, environmental factors such as being close to a creek or waterway that can potentially flood, or even just the size of your block require you to get a planning permit before any work begins. It's important to consider your neighbours in the design phase of your project to avoid overshadowing or privacy issues. In Moreland, we're committed to protecting and enhancing the rich historical fabric of our city, and significant historical sites are protected by heritage overlay. Heritage overlay on a property means you must get a planning permit for all changes to things like fences or even installing solar panels or a water tank. A building permit will ensure that your building is structurally safe and complies with building regulations. It also makes sure that your project is built by registered builders with the correct documentation and essential inspections to be considered safe for occupation. Building permits aren't just for major renovations. You may need a building permit for a new swimming pool, a new fence or garage, even adding a veranda. You can apply to council or a private building surveyor to deal with your building permit application.
Well, the land's in heritage overlay.
It's essential to get the correct approvals in place before you start your house renovation to avoid future fines or insurance difficulties. These things can get complicated, so we recommend you make an appointment to come and see us early in your project to discuss your plans.
Woman Jika, welcome and thank you so much to everyone for joining us this evening at the Coonihan Gallery in Brunswick for the opening of Both Sides of the Street, curated by a respected local Indigenous artist and curator, Kimber Thompson.
It means having a dialogue that really centres and honours the voices of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in this country. And I think what it means also is about doing work that's about solidarity. So not about appropriating other people's stories, not about going off on your own and doing work that you think is solidarity, but actually sitting down and listening.
Initially, both sides of the street, I got the feeling that I was supposed to see that as meaning, Indigenous, non-Indigenous artists being on, both sides of the street. But I think it quickly became obvious to us that we weren't on both sides of the streets, and instead we were on the same side of the streets. I guess the main point about the work, this particular work, is that language, and language isn't as simple as just the words and the sounds, and there are accompanying elements like body language, gesture.
Both sides of the street has a personal meaning for me in a way because I'm mixed and I have to deal with both sides of the street. Like, as a collaboration, we took both of our identities, our skills and our interests, and came up with a project that resonated with that. And it's about the historical references of the Kimberley Point, which is an implement that was developed to sell to colonials and Europeans, and we are investigating the recreation of that implement and its role now.
Okay? Have some respect. Have some respect. Brett, shut your mouth. Simple. You shut your mouth.
You know it's rude not to speak English? You're in Australia.
We've had to stop. We've had to stop. Thank you. Where would you like to take the situation from?
I've seen people being racist towards other people and I've never known what to do. So when this came up, I thought that might be really practical because I think more of us should know how to be able to intervene in a safe and effective way. So I guess that's why I came.
And the practical tools are, how do we engage people rather than confront people or name and shame them?
If you can't be bothered learning the language, why don't you go home from where you came from?
Wow. Hey, I love your boots.
Thanks.
Yeah, where'd you get them from?
Market.
So we want to train people in how to get people asking questions and not clashing and having pitched battles.
Then I realised, wow, that's a fantastic way to disengage because I really did come from here because I was really expecting you to attack me to right down here very quickly. So that was really well done.
That's what we want to create, social change through little individual interventions.
Here at Moreland City Council, we've got a new library for you to try, but this one's a bit different.
It's open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You see, our website and e-library are just like another branch. It just never closes. You can download thousands of titles as ebooks, subscribe to everything from the Wall Street Journal to Delicious magazine, all delivered right into your hand for free. You can stream your favourite documentaries and indie features. There's even programs for the little ones. With our huge selection of adult, teen and children's titles, you're bound to find something you like. We've got over 7 million songs for you to stream, with everything from Mozart to Jay-Z. You're able to work out to your favourite artists just by pressing a button. We've got stories that talk with audiobooks for times when, well, you've got your hands full. And the best thing, like always, it's free with your Moreland Library membership.
This is just the next chapter in how our libraries are here to help you.
In Moreland, we're all about the good times. At Council, we bring you free events and festivals, from our smaller, intimate community celebrations to our large-scale premier events. We've got your social calendar booked all year round.
I get up at 4 a.m. every morning, so yeah. Hi, I'm Keith. I work for Moreland City Council. I'm a side load operator and essentially I'm a garbo. Normally stop off at 7-Eleven to get a coffee in the morning, then yeah, head out at 5:30, start the run. One resident that I pick up from, he's always thankful, he's always there every morning, like every time I come around. Yeah, mate. How you going, buddy? Good day. You know, so it makes you happy when you see that. If you can make their day happy, it makes your day better. You meet a lot of residents from different backgrounds. It's good. I like meeting new people. It's warming. We're not doing anything wrong. We're not trying to make your life difficult by moving the bin. Just, we've got to do it so we can pick the bin up safely. We've got to look out for our safety as well. You know, seeing the kids' faces when you come down the street, they love trucks. Best part about it. Yeah, it's dirty work, but somebody's got to do it.
I'm Dorothy and I'm 90 years old. Yes, I like to be independent, but well, you can't be independent all the time, can you? Three years ago I was in hospital. The sisters at the hospital said, when you leave here, it'd be a good idea to get Meals on Wheels. I've been getting it ever since. I've made some lovely friends with the girls that come with the meals. Good morning.
Your hair looks good.
I have it set every Wednesday.
Beautiful.
But they are lovely and they're very caring. And if I'm not feeling well, then I know the meals are still coming. The quality is very good. They're always nice and fresh. Getting the meals delivered was very easy. I had it within a few days. I love me desserts. I've got roast beef today. That looks lovely, doesn't it? Well, I don't think I could manage without the Meals on Wheels.
Open the meeting public. Councillor Kavanagh, seconded by Councillor. We've done that. Councillor Yildiz. All those in favour of opening the meeting to the public?
Yeah.
All those against? Declare the carried. I declare the council meeting closed. Thanks everyone. Good meeting.
Thank you very much.